Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for coming to the Unemployment Insurance Subcommittee. We have a full agenda today. First of all, I'd like to thank Hannibal from the Attorney General's office. I'd like to thank all of the Dana and Andrew from Department of Labor and Barbara from Department of Labor. And I'd like to thank all of the subcommittee members and the vice chair for being here today. And as I said, we've got a number of bills we've got to get through today. And so we'll go ahead and we'll jump into the bills. If you have a question, just raise your hand and I'll recognize you. So with that, let's start with House Bill 1143. Let's finish that. We were discussing that when we ended our meeting yesterday. So let's finish the discussion on that one. That's the work share bill. So
yes.
Okay, you got it up here on the screen.
Can everyone see that okay? Yes, okay. So this is the bill that would expand the who's eligible for the work share program. With the amendment, you can see here, the paid intern or apprentice is removed, and it would be individuals who are rehired by an affected unit following temporary closure or layoff due to the pandemic, subject to flexibility that the Department of Labor may or may not have for under federal guidance, because these people obviously have not been continuously employed, and that's typically a requirement for workers in order to be eligible for the program. The amendments remove the 4% participation goal and say that the 10-day processing deadline for the department would be for complete applications. This provision of the bill is unchanged, that it would expand the percent reduction that an employee could have to participate. So currently it's 20 to 50%, and now it would be 10 to 60%. So anywhere within that range, that reduction in hours would be potentially eligible for participation under the program. And then the bill requires the department to send a notice to all employers within 30 days after the bill takes effect about the program to let them know about it. And then it requires the department to contract with a professional marketing and communications firm to basically develop a marketing campaign. There was some discussion at the last subcommittee meeting about the provision in the bill that said that the contract for services may be for a value up to $500,000. The amendments here remove the reference to the dollar amount and instead just say that the contract may utilize funding from the Relief Act, the federal government, or any other source.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's what we had discussed last time. So, okay,
Yep.
Good. So, okay, on the, I guess is there on these amendments that Laura just went through, we pretty much discussed them in detail last time. So I guess, is there any final comments on these? Because what I'd like to do is adopt these amendments and then move the bill as amended. Okay, since there's no, is there a motion then to adopt these amendments?
I make a motion to adopt the amendments.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion on it? Seeing none. All those in favor, signify. I see Delegate Ahrens raise his hand. Okay. So
Delegate Jackson, do you know if Delegate Jackson,
Delegate Jackson, are you there?
Sorry, I'm here.
Okay. You probably, can you click on?
Yes, hold on one second.
Did you raise your hand? We voted on the amendments on the bill. Did you?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, okay, there's your hand. So, all right, so of the 5 members present, was 5-0?
yes.
Okay, now on the bill as amended, this is 1143. Is there a motion to move the bill as amended?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, so it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion on the bill?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
just a real quick question on this bill and maybe on all the bills, but is this bill addressing anything to do with the problems that we've incurred for the last year and a half with unemployment? Does this help us in any way, shape, or form with those issues?
Yeah,
Is there something?
Delegate, I believe it does, but do you want to ask that of Department of Labor? You want their opinion?
Yeah, that'd be great if I could.
I believe that it does because we've worked long and hard, the Joint Oversight Committee on these bills. But if Andrew or Dana or Bart would like to answer Delegate Aarons's question.
Is Dana available?
I see her.
Her name is there, but
There she is.
She's here.
She's wait.
Okay.
She's here.
Andrew's here.
There's Andrew. Okay.
So Delegate Aaron's, what bill in particular, work share one you all are voting on now?
Correct. Yeah, I'm going to probably ask this question of each one we go through today.
Mhm.
But my biggest concern is we're giving you more to do. And I understand that there's a lot about this bill that makes a lot of sense as far as how we move forward. But at a time when you're already in what appears to us to be chaos, I just wonder if this is going to help you with what you're currently going through, that's going to actually expedite the process for the people, because we're still getting a lot of calls.
On work sharing.
Well,
So,
no, I'm getting a lot of calls totally. Is work sharing, this bill that we're going
Okay.
through right now, is this going to help you to eliminate some of the problems that we're still continuing to see with unemployment?
okay, I'm gonna narrowly tailor it to work sharing functions. And, this bill just clarifies the parameters that we need to use when scrutinizing the employer's application for work share. And so, as I explained yesterday, we actually have a staff that is poised to address all of those applications and administer this bill as well as the federal STC program parameters. So, I mean, it just clarifies and gives us more information. We'll be able to accommodate those provisions of this bill and incorporate them into our staff's activities.
Okay, but this bill is going to help you get this process faster, quicker, better for the people that need it. Unemployment.
Well, I see where it changed the application processing date from 15 to 10 days. So in that respect, it'll make that decision process hasten. Right? You all, it looks like
Okay.
that.
Will it make it, or is it just what we want, or will that actually fix it?
You would have to tell me what you describe as the problems with the short-term compensation program.
Well,
For that-
I'm only asking you if this bill that we're doing today is going to alleviate and help make the process for the people using unemployment today better.
all right, well, let me give it,
Today,
the answer is yes. And
Mhm.
here's why.
who's talking?
It's Kathleen.
Vice Chairman.
Okay.
Kathleen works.
All right.
One, it authorizes the department to spend the appropriate funds that they are receiving in order to be able to do the contract servicing for the marketing, whatever that we talked about the other day. But this bill will actually authorize them to use the funding, not just the state funds, but whatever federal or other funds that they have. So that authorization is important. The second thing that it does is it basically, expands the work share process, which is going to help our constituents, because they're going to be able to submit applications that basically say, I need to get funds and I need to be entitled to workers, not on workers' comp, unemployment insurance under the work share process. And we've defined it better so that it's going to apply to more people. And what Ms. Friedman or Dr. Friedman just indicated is they've already got a department that's ready to do it. So we're helping people applying be able to access unemployment insurance funds by basically saying you don't have to stop working to get them. Maybe that helps.
And It helps to something, Madam Vice Chair, but I guess my biggest concern is, we're adding more stuff and we haven't fixed what we got yet. And I don't see this as an absolute fix. I mean, I like the thing with WorkShare, the funding and stuff like that, but that hasn't been the problem. The problem that we are facing, and it's really paramount, is the fact that nobody can get to these people to get this handled.
And
Well, there's another bill that will address that, and we'll get that one, or is
Okay.
specific to your question.
and
All right.
Good for the
Delegate,
citizens of Maryland.
the other thing that I would just add is that, and I guess to part, I don't believe that what we're doing with WorkShare is diverting any resources away from processing claims. So they're going to continue to process claims. I think in some ways this will help bring people back to work. And right now it's reimbursable under the Federal CARES Act. I think ultimately, though, it will just help people employed. But part of the problem, part of the issue that this tries to solve is, like Delegate Adams had said yesterday, was that he's an employer and he didn't know about he didn't know about the program. So the other thing we're trying to do is to get them to let business owners know that this program's out there and available to help them bring workers back to work.
Okay, again, I appreciate that, but my concern is, and I understand it will get people back to work, but it's also adding another component to, as the people get to understand this process that we're putting back out there and we're going to advertise. That means I'm going to have two claims potentially that I'm going to have to go after. One for both of the guys I'm going to lay off part-time. The other thing is go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I'm just concerned that we're adding another piece to a puzzle when we already are inundated. One of the biggest problems we've heard throughout this entire problem is that we don't have staff, we don't have trained staff, we don't have staff, and we're adding more stuff that people need to understand to be trained on, which I don't see that as making the problem better. I see it as expanding it, but we still don't have the training and the staff.
But just remember, and I won't speak for Dana Freeman.
Raise my hand.
She's got different, I'll recognize,
Okay.
I'll let Dana talk to it. But again, this is a different department or component, or I don't know what she calls them, divisions or whatever, but I'll let her speak to that.
First of all, I can't find the yellow hand on my dashboard.
That's
So,
okay.
I'm just using my hand, but the WorkShare activities for the UI program is our program's sole, let's say, product to help employers avoid layoff. So it's a layoff aversion program. And our mission in UI is always to really put people back to work as quickly and as efficiently as possible. And if we can keep them working, then we more than satisfied our mission. So we have a staff, a WorkShare staff that addresses that aspect of our program. And right now, the CARES Act and the CARS Act and most likely the new act coming has provided funding for administering it, for marketing the program, as well as providing 100% of the benefits. So why wouldn't we have our Maryland employers avail themselves of those benefits?
Well, and I agree with you, and I think that's excellent. Go ahead.
And
Go ahead.
one other thing I wanted to say, we have already programmed the functionality in Beacon for that WorkShare process and those benefits for the employers in their portal and those impacted employees. So we've done the legwork, and we did it as part of, we just launched a 7-year modernization project. That functionality was put in place way before the pandemic because Maryland's had a WorkShare program for years, unlike a number of states. So that's something that we value, and it's layoff aversion, so the employers do not have to make that call. And so, we're poised to administer and deliver those benefits. That's all.
Okay, now, all right, and I understand that, and I'm with you on that, but
Mhm.
what you're telling me now is you're adding another component to what you're already doing, and with all due respect, we're already not doing a very good job of handling what we have because I'm still getting inundated with unemployment claims. And I understand that, but you're saying that you now have money and people, and we've been hiring people since last year. And that's my concern. I just don't know if we're adding something more to you. It's great that you're doing these things, but do you even have do we have the ability in UI to do the things we're going to ask of you when we still can't get what the original mission of UI and the original mission of Beacon isn't even being met?
I don't know how we can get sort of beyond your question. I mean,
Well, then I'll leave my question. I'll table my
Yeah.
question, Madam Chair. Okay, but I just think I appreciate what we're trying to do here, but I'm not as a delegate doing my job if I don't ask the question and then.
no, and
know
I'm
what?
sorry. Yeah.
No,
I
I'm not
wasn't-
stopping.
Wasn't
Madam Chair,
suggesting
I'm
you
not-
should. Yeah.
I wasn't saying you were, but I just think that we're addressing problems in an unemployment system that aren't addressing the problems we're having in real life. These are benefits to us. And I really believe that the system that we have here, Beacon, was meant to do something, but it isn't ready to do that yet. And I think that the department is working very hard to get it to perform to what it should perform at. And so are the developers, but we're addressing issues that we haven't even fixed what we have. That's a real problem yet. And we're trying to make new problems. And that's what concerns me with all these bills.
Well, again, Delegate, I just don't see it that way. The Joint Oversight Committee, we worked hard on these bills. Part of the issue is with WorkShare, the quicker we can get people back to work, it's going to put less pressure on the unemployment trust fund. So, just remember, we got to get claimants paid and we're working on that, but we got to start to get the trust fund funded. We got to start getting money back in. We've been paying money out, and this is a way to get money in, but again, to help people get back to work. That's so I don't see this as kind of competing for resources because they've already been doing this. I see this bill as trying to help them do the job of WorkShare better.
Okay, duly noted. I want to get my little spiel out. I'll be good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you, Chair.
I love you.
Yeah, I love you.
Delegate Impalaria.
Yeah, I'm sorry for being late, but unfortunately I had that yearly ethics meeting with Dia. And you should go on that early because you have to log into that program and receive it. But having said that, I'm going to follow up with what Delegate Ernst was saying. My concern is, and I've said this repeatedly, that I believe the fund is very fragile, even at its best. Even when it's working properly, it is a real balancing act. And I do feel that this WorkShare puts an additional burden on the fund and the viability of the fund. I know, Delegate Carey, you disagree with that, and I'm not against WorkShare. I think WorkShare is fine. My problem is advertising it, pushing it to get more people involved in it. The more people that are collecting unemployment, the more people who figure out how to collect unemployment, the more of a burden it is on the system and on the dollar amount. And that's my concern. That's really what it boils down to. So I think WorkShare is good. I think there's a place for it, but like Delegate Ernst said, we're trying to push a program at a time when the overall program isn't working. And I think even in best case scenario, if we were pushing this WorkShare program, I do believe it puts a financial burden on the stability of the finances of the fund, which puts all of our businesses in danger and could add to more layoffs and unemployments. And that's just,
I know that, Delegate Impalaria, WorkShare, though, doesn't put added stress on the fund. It actually helps save money in the fund because you're allowing more people to share a job. So, so they're working. So you're only paying those portions of unemployment that's open. So in some ways, and Steve might be able to explain it better. or Laura might be able to explain,
Sure.
but it actually saves money.
It would come down to how many, so in it, for a business, let's say you have a business, you have 50 employees. And so your options are you put half of them on work share or, to meet the current demand, or you have to fire 5 to 10. Like that, you have to cut back in one way or another. You have to cut payroll. Work share is a way to cut payroll while still keeping your employees. In normal times, when we're not getting full federal reimbursement, the effect on the fund would depend on sort of the individual decisions of the employers. How much are they putting on work share versus what would they have done in the absence of work share? And as you see under the current law, it's 20 to 50%. So we'd be paying out a portion of those individuals' payments. We're paying to more people, but less to each person. So the dollar amounts are, I want to say the Department of Labor said basically a bit of a wash. It's definitely a bit of a wash, expanding the range. Because if you have some employers do a little bit less, some employers do a little bit more, it's going to come out to basically not a lot. Right now, every dollar we move to work share is a dollar that our state trust fund doesn't have to pay back or doesn't have to be recouped from employers. It's been that way under the CARES Act. It's in the current status of the bill, the current federal bill, as it is moving through the Senate right now. And that would extend it through, I want to say, the end of August. If that doesn't get in, or once that goes away, yes, the state is on the hook for it in the same way that it would be on the hook for its normal benefits.
And that's
what
I think that's, I agree with Delegate Carey that at the moment it's a good thing to do. My question is, if it carries on too long, then it becomes problematic. When someone decides, I'm going to use this as my business model, rather than have full-time employees, I'm going to have half-time employees with half-time work share. I see that as a burden on the unemployment fund, not today, but in the future. And the problem is when you make people feel comfortable with this, then maybe this is something we should continue doing. Then the fees have to be raised. The employers have to pay more. And that's where I see the problem. So, should there be a sunset, or, at some point you have to say, I need full-time employment. So rather than continue to work share, I need to go ahead and find that full-time employment. And
Delegate,
that's
if
my
I
problem
can,
with it.
if I can, we've been doing work share now. That it's not a new program. They've been doing it, and I believe that
I got you. I agree. Yes.
said last time. God, I forgot what I was going to say, but we've been doing. This isn't a new program. And actually, once we get out of the pandemic, it's going to go back to being what it was. And I guess I remember what I was going to say now. What she was saying was, I know there was some concern. It sounded like you had some concern about people abusing the system, and she has staff. Their job is to root that out, and they've been doing that. And Ms. Freeman, I believe that's what you told us last time.
Absolutely.
I did.
So
She used the word
and I
stringent.
agree with that.
Stringent.
So-
Right.
So
Stringent.
again, so we've got the bill here. Can we, if there's no further discussion, can we move the bill out at least?
Mr. Chair, it's already been moved and seconded. We're ready to vote.
Oh, has it? Boy.
Yes,
Wes.
yes.
Boy,
Delegate
I've been-
Delegate
I've been-
Adams and I.
That's fine. I've been engaged in this debate, so I'm practicing. So,
It was bipartisan.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded, favorable with amendments. All those in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries 6-0. Thank you all. Let's go on to House Bill 1105. House Bill 1105. Laura?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, before we move to House Bill 1105, I wanted to bring up something that came up in a discussion with Andrew offline. So the Relief Act had a deferral provision for that allowed employers with fewer than 50 employees to elect to defer payments for quarters 1 through 3. And then it had a separate provision that authorized the secretary to potentially allow for deferment next year. It's come to DLS's attention that the deferral language in the Relief Act deferred both the payments and these reports that employers submit to the department. And the department has said that they understand that deferring the payments was the intent, but deferring the reports would be very problematic for the department. So I just kind of wanted to mention that and say that I will be working with the department to draft a clarifying amendment to the payment plan bill. And
Okay.
then it can be just discussed and hopefully adopted in full committee. But I don't know if the department wants to speak more on that, but it was sort of framed as something that needs to happen so they can continue doing their normal business.
Okay, yeah, we can certainly do that. Would anybody from the department, Andrew or Dana, like to speak to that, Andrew?
No, I would just say that Laura pretty much laid it out. As we understood it, the intent was for the tax deferral, not the deferral of the reports. And the reports are important in that we use the wage information for determining eligibility on a lot of these claims. So that part we would, be willing to work with you guys on to make sure we make that correction.
Okay, very good.
Okay, so I can
Okay.
share if you'd like about House Bill 1105.
Yep.
Okay. Have you seen that meme where it says you have a million windows open? That's actually the situation right now. We have so many different documents to go through. Okay, let me try again. Zoom won't even let display all that I have open.
As long as you don't freeze up like you did last time.
I know. If I do, I'll go and hook up to my Ethernet upstairs and see my dogs and my kids running around. So House Bill 1105 is Delegate Weibel's bill that touches on employers' experience rating.
Mhm.
You'll remember that the Governor's Relief Act already addressed this issue to an extent by providing a sort of more limited waiver of benefit charges incurred during the pandemic. It says that basically the employer's claims experience, either pre-pandemic or pandemic, whichever is better, is the one that the department will use in calculating the employer's experience rating. And that's for a period of time. It's like until the second July 1 after the state of emergency ends. Delegate Weibel's bill, it goes beyond what's comprehended or contemplated in the Relief Act, in that it sets up a sort of more permanent change to the experience rating process. So if through no fault of the employer, a claimant is unemployed due to an official order for the employer to shut down, an official order issued by the governor, the chief executive of a county, the governing body of a county or municipal corporation, or a unit or instrumentality of the state or political subdivision, then those layoffs would not be charged against an employer's earned rating record. So we discussed at the last subcommittee meeting how the department says that would cost them, I think it was $800,000 a year to sort of administer that. And then the revenue lost to the trust fund, I think, was 12.9 million or something. So sort of the question becomes whether the legislature wants to go beyond the experience rating relief provided for under the governor's bill.
Okay, Laura, I see we have a question, but before that, so with this though, this is like the pandemic and beyond. So aren't we, in the study bill in HB 907, that's, we were going to look at, these kinds of issues in ways to enhance help the trust fund. I think I'm
Yeah,
right.
the study bill requires the Department of Labor, House Bill 907, which the subcommittee approved favorable with amendments at the last meeting, requires the Department of Labor in consultation with DLS to consider a number of things. And one of them is potential alternative approaches to the experience rating process. So presumably that study could look at sort of more permanent changes to the way and the factors that the department considers, to be non-chargeable.
Okay. All right. I see we have a couple of questions. Delegate Impalaria?
Yeah, now see, this I like, and I realize there's problems with it. For a business that was told that you cannot be open, in my opinion, they didn't lay anybody off. That should be the responsibility of the state government and the federal government to pick that problem up. So I agree with that. Let me get into the cloudy area. Dry cleaners weren't forced to be shut down, but they dropped to 70% of their business because of it. So, and see, this is this is the employer stepping in the employee's shoes saying, wait a minute, we didn't want to be laid off. We didn't want to be shut down. We don't want to have to pay this money, right? The employees were getting more money to be sitting at home doing nothing than their counterparts who still had to work. So I guess that work share wouldn't have worked for them because they were arguing over which one was going to get laid off, because the one that got laid off got paid more money and the one that stayed got paid less money. The one who got laid off isn't going to have to pay state income taxes on that money. The one who stayed is. So I like this because of no fault of their own. They shouldn't have to pay this. They just shouldn't have to pay that unemployment going forward on these people that they did not lay off. The government laid them off. And that's, the economy didn't lay them off. The government laid them off. The economy laid the dry cleaner off, but the economy didn't lay the restaurant worker off, and others like that. That's just an example. So I like this. I don't know what we do to keep it if we got to narrow it, but
Well, again,
this is fair.
Well, Laura, didn't the Governor's Relief Act take care of this? They took care of it in the pandemic. This bill goes beyond the pandemic as well.
Correct.
Okay. So I guess with this bill, Delegate, the way I see it is that the Relief Act took care of the pandemic part. This goes beyond the pandemic part, but we don't know. We know there's going to be an impact on the trust fund. That's why we're doing the study to look at what this is going to be. So I guess in essence, I've seen that this is.
And I think what this is saying, like you said, it is going forward, but isn't it saying that if the government in the future does the same thing it just did, that they would receive those protections and we wouldn't have to come back and do this legislation because we've already done it? Is that what it's saying, Laura?
This would be permanently saying that those benefits are not chargeable.
Right.
Right. And I'm okay with that, because that's a message that maybe future administrations should receive, knowing that that's the consequences of making these decisions and putting places out of business that probably shouldn't be put out of business. That's just throwing that out there. And so I do like the fact, I know you're saying, well, this is going forward. It's only going forward if a state of emergency is called and the governor says, you have to shut down. You, the barber shop, have to close. You, the restaurant, you have to close. So they would be protected from this. And I think we know a lot of these businesses were shut down, probably never should have been.
Like I said, I just think that, it's with the trust fund though, with these unemployment, with these issues, I'm sure that DOL can, it's either you pay now or you pay later. And again, what I'm concerned about in this bill is the long-term hit to the trust fund that you were trying to make healthy again. So, and that's, again, I come back to when we talk about, working with DOL kind of on the reform study, that's why we had that issue in there, was to look and see, how we can go forward in a way that's going to try to, mitigate as much impact on the trust fund as possible. So that's my concern with this bill, is the impact on the trust fund going forward. So,
And Delegate Carey, thank you for taking the time to listen to our concerns. You know,
no,
this isn't you. So you didn't make the soup. You're just the guy stuck stirring it. So
yeah, that's a good way to describe it.
yes.
Mr.
Thank
Chairman,
you.
And I see that I have the Delegate Adams, and then I'll come to you, Delegate Rogers. Delegate Adams.
Right, so a couple things. First off, the governor's bill, if we remember this correctly, the federal government is participating with a zero interest loan or a low interest loan to the state, which was going to help with these deferrals. And if I read through the details correctly, it's the possibility that the federal government may in fact turn those deferrals into grants. Now, I know there's no promise that that's going to happen. That requires federal action. The difference between what the governor did through the CARES Act, which was a result of the federal government participating, in what this bill is that it basically, and I'm reading right from the Department of Labor's informational, page 3 or 4 here. It basically says that, that the employers are ultimately responsible for replenishing the UIF fund. So it goes to your point about, Chairman, you either pay now or you pay later. What I've generally understood about unemployment insurance is it's sophisticated. It's you change one piece or one table, it affects everything else. And as a business owner, the short-term benefit to having a bill like this is, I can see the good in it. Had the governor not had this included in the Relief Act, but the fact that we would try to make permanent and or change the nature of how UI is funded, there has to be that point in time in the future where somebody like me as an employer is going to pay dearly for, these sort of programs and bills. And so what Rick's saying, I think is accurate in that a business who's been closed should be held harmless. And I think the Relief Act actually does that. It says, okay, we're going to deliver relief, and we're going to do that by making the government help pay for or defer those dollars. This bill has no funding mechanism other than if the employers at some future date have to self-fund the discount that they're earning today. So while the bill is well-intentioned, we respect and honor the nature of UI. I think that the rationale behind the bill would be my observation.
You are absolutely, I agree with you, Delegate Adams. That's what I was trying to say, that, by paying, I just worry about by paying later, as businesses are trying to get their footing again, I don't want to put them in a.
Well, UI, this deferral that's coming about with the government is a big deal, right?
Yep.
It's an important and timely policy change, and it's not any different than the sponsor's intent with this bill. I can sense why you're saying sort of resolved it, and that's just my observation. I'll whatever, go either way on the bill, but I can see where we're all right on this.
Yeah. And Delegate Rogers, you had a question.
No, I was just gonna say, Mr. Chairman, that I've heard a lot of the comments from both my colleagues, Delegate Ampler and my colleague Delegate Adams, whose opinion I certainly respect. And so I was just gonna move unfavorable.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second? All right, I guess the motion dies for lack of second.
Somebody unmuting to do it, or?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't see any. I saw Delegate Adams's hand, so I didn't know whether he was seconding it with his hand. I doubt that, but.
I would like to just throw out a scenario that this does happen every single day. So say I own a restaurant and the sheriff's department comes in and
Is it to get a 32-ounce Power Punch Plus?
they lock up 2 of my staff members. They're now unemployed. it's the government's job to now feed them and clothe them. It's not mine. They don't collect unemployment because they were arrested and removed from my establishment. Now, that's the prison system's job to take care of that. And that's real. My feeling on this, the government removed these employees from these businesses. And just like someone getting arrested, it should not fall on the back of the business owner.
And we
Even
agree
going
with,
forward.
we agree with you, Delegate, but again, and I believe that DOL can speak to this, but again, you got to pay at some point, and you know, it's not paying now, it's going to be paying later, and we may be doing more harm by making them pay later. So again, we had a motion to move unfavorable. It didn't succeed. Is there a motion to move? So try it the other way.
Mr. Chairman, you don't have a second on this?
You know what, I
Mr.
guess
Chair, you can probably second it. You're on the subcommittee.
then I would second it. I would have seconded.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was waiting for that.
I kept looking at, so, okay. So we've got a motion that's been moved and took a long time and lots of conversation to second.
It was marinating.
Exactly. So the motion is unfavorable. All those in favor of the unfavorable, raise your hand. All those opposed, raise your hand. All right, so
Hold on, Delegate Jackson, I don't think voted.
Delegate Jackson, can you hear us? I don't know that he can hear us. Maybe.
Right. What is the motion on?
So Delegate Rogers moved unfavorable. I second the motion.
On what?
On House Bill 1105.
Which does what? Sorry.
This is the charge of benefits. So
So this is the bill that the Governor's Relief Act, which already passed, provided some relief to employers so that their tax rate wouldn't be affected by layoffs they incurred during the pandemic. Basically said if their layoff claims experience is better, pandemic era or pre-pandemic era, whichever the better period of time is the one that the department will use to calculate the tax rate. And then there's a little bit of a cushion on the back end after the state of emergency ends. This bill is saying that, like, it permanently says that layoffs incurred because of an order by basically a governmental actor are not chargeable against the employer's earned rating record, like what they'll pay in their taxes. So it kind of makes it more permanent. It's not tied to the current pandemic.
So, and Delegate Rogers, why are you unfavorable?
So after, and I had mentioned this earlier, Delegate Jackson, after both Delegate Impalaria spoke, and he thought that they would increase costs, in the short run. Adam spoke and said over the long run, it would actually cost the state more. And as Laura had laid it out, after talking to the Department of Labor, we realized that this, while it may have some short-term benefits, a lot of the things that we're trying to do, the governor did and we did as the legislature with the Relief Act. Therefore, this really wasn't as needed as much as probably when the good delegate Weibel initially put it in. So that's why, hearing all that testimony, I voted I moved unfavorable, and then Delegate Chair Carey seconded, and so we were actually voting.
Okay.
right.
All right.
So the motion on the table is unfavorable. All those in favor of the unfavorable motion, raise your hand. Okay. All those opposed, raise your hand. I don't see delegates. Motion 3-2. Didn't see Delegate Aaron's on there.
Madam Vice Chair, I didn't see your.
I am just an
She switched.
ex-officio member. I don't have a vote,
Right. It's
but I
just.
happen to agree with this particular motion.
That makes me feel so much better.
I'm glad.
If it makes you feel better, Delegate, it makes me feel better, so.
And a simple majority in a group like this does pass a motion. So
Yeah.
it doesn't have to be.
Yeah.
There's
And now it'll
six-
go to the full committee and the full
Yes, yes.
have
So
the opportunity to discuss and
right,
whether or not it gets to the floor. So.
right.
Exactly. So what happens, Delegate? This will go out to the full committee and we'll have a full discussion and we'll vote on it.
I was just messing. I felt
Okay.
when Delegate Rogers
Okay.
signed off as well.
I'm
Okay, Laura,
sorry. I
let's
used
go
to
on.
explain all this to you, Carl. Unfortunately, you're not sitting next to me anymore. So
I know, Delegate Impalaria usually explains every bill to me. And,
So
I don't
Delegate
have
Jackson,
that.
But
Delegate
just-
Jackson, for what it's worth, you really made Delegate Impalaria's day because he's been waiting to, have that conversation with him. So thank you for facilitating that on this particular bill.
But just remember, Delegate, he sits on the left of you. I sit on the right. So just
Yes.
remember, listen to me. I'm just kidding.
Well, yeah, he's more vocal than you, Delegate Carey. I must.
I'm not surprised. So Laura, do you want to go ahead and take us through House Bill 1139?
Yes. So House Bill 1139, Delegate Aaron's is back. Just admitted him again. So House Bill 1139 is the bill that addresses the income disregard. We discussed this at the last meeting, but essentially income disregard is the amount of money that can be kind of set aside so a claimant can have other employment and can earn money at the other job, and that set amount of money in statute does not reduce the amount of UI benefits that the person receives. So the statute currently, the set aside is $50. The income disregard is $50. So any dollar earned over $50 is reduced or deducted from the claimant's unemployment benefits. So this bill is proposing to increase the income disregard to $300 while the state of emergency related to COVID is ongoing. In Delegate Charkoudian's bill, House Bill 1002, which we will be getting to a little later, her bill permanently makes that increase in the income disregard. So the sort of rationale for the income disregard increase would be to incentivize part-time employment. But there is a cost to, the fund for doing that because people can get more unemployment benefits as a result.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Delegate Adams.
Okay, so for the same reasons that I was concerned about the last bill, I have real problems with this bill. And this bill is designed by nature to draw the UI trust fund down. And this would, in a much different, more significant way, negatively affect employers. And I will be glad to go more in depth on that, willing to, but this is not one of those bills of the ones that we're looking at that I'm terribly happy about.
Okay. Like I said, Delegate, this bill just takes us through the state of emergency. And if we could, maybe I can have Steve Ross run us through the numbers on this bill and what it does.
Sure.
Because we've had questions about what's the impact. Just to answer your question, Delegate Adams, we've been back and forth. At least I have with the Joint Oversight Committee. What's the number? The number was 50, or used to be 100, and then it was 50. So we were looking to see how we could help people during the pandemic, but once it ended, go back and see what that number should be. Should the number be adjusted to inflation? We don't know. But again, I'll let Steve kind of run through the numbers with us on that bill.
Okay, sure. So to start with, you have money out and then you have money back in, right, to the fund. This bill is different from the next bill because this bill is only during the state of emergency, which involves the Relief Act that was passed. That basically should hold taxable employers harmless from this because they're basically tied to the same timeline. It will hold individual taxable employers harmless, as in it won't increase their benefit ratio, which would then increase that employer's taxes because we're going with pre-pandemic most of the time. Okay. Who this does affect is nonprofits, because nonprofits reimburse dollar for dollar. They're not affected by taxes. So you pay out more, you have to collect more. So that's broadly. Don't really know, have a great sense of how much more this is going to put, basically pay out of the fund this year, because we don't know how long the state of emergency is going to last. And on the fiscal note, I have $500,000 to $750,000 in additional benefit payments each week, as long as this were to go. That is a bit of a, I had to put a dollar amount, but it's a bit of a soft estimate because we were working with last year's information. Department of Labor was able to calculate last year. If it had been in effect, $50 million would have been paid out. And that was over, they paid most of their money out in 9 months, right? So if you kind of annualize that, it's $500,000 to $750,000 more dollars paid out per week that this is in effect. And as soon as the state of emergency goes away, this goes away. Who is on the hook for that in the near term would be nonprofits who reimburse employers. The effect on all employers would occur essentially on the back end whenever the fund gets close to changing tax tables. I think that's when we're not there yet. We won't be there this year because we're still paying out money, but eventually down the line, this combined with any other additional expenditures from the fund would leave it, depleted relative to where it would be, and that might change a tax table. We are a bit away from there, but ultimately that's how the fund works. So that's the basics, and I can try to answer any specific questions.
And if we have any questions for DOL, they can certainly answer as well. But again,
yeah, Mr. Chair, I was just going to add that Andrew sent before the subcommittee meeting to me sort of a comparison that the department staff did on other state income disregard levels. So if there are questions about sort of how other states have approached it, perhaps someone from the department would be able to speak about, different approaches if it's not a set dollar amount.
and we can, Andrew, do you want to talk a little bit about that? Well, first, Delegate Impelliere, do you have a question or a comment about?
Yeah, well, actually, this I like, and the reason it's tied directly to the pandemic. Perfect example of why we should have came back for special session to fix some of this stuff, because right now 20% of the states in the United States are out of the emergency. They're 100% open. So if we pass this before the effective date ever takes place, we could be out of the state of emergency, and this would for nothing. To be honest with you, that's the way I'm saying. So I'm okay with this. If we're following the rest of the country, then by the time this effective date takes place, this bill won't mean anything. I'm actually okay with incentivizing people to go back even part-time. So I'm all right with this. So this bill I'm good with. And, it just seems like it's really too late for us to do it. But I'm hoping that within the next 2 to 3 months that we're out of this state of emergency and we get, and this is going.
And then what we would do is we wanted to, again, I keep coming back to our reform study. We want to look at what that should look like, if at all, in the long-term study on how to address it. So with that, Andrew, you sent out your chart. You have anything to add? Would you like to?
No, Mr. Chairman, I don't have anything to add. Just wanted to provide that for the committees for informational purposes. But if the committee does have questions, we have some, including Dana, some members of our policy team that can answer those questions.
Delegate Adams, do you have any?
Well, am I not, I guess since the department's here, am I not right on this, that this income disregard ultimately comes back to the employer again, and we're drawing down the UI trust fund in ways that wasn't intended to have happen? And again, there's no on the backside funding mechanism to make that whole. Ultimately it just, now the one thing I didn't know about the bill, and maybe Andrew, you can answer that. Like the second part of my question is this truly just a bill for this pandemic, or is this bill aligned for, say, future pandemics? I'm trying to understand what the whether it's permanent or whether it's temporary.
Delegate, I can speak to that. This bill is just for the pandemic, and once the state of emergency ends, it goes away. And that's what I was saying. That's why we have the reform bill, it goes back to what it was at $50. And the reform bill will look and see what it should be, if anything. Should it remain the same? Should it be up? Should it go up? Should it be indexed to inflation? How should that look? So this bill was only for the pandemic. So once the governor declared the state of emergency ended, it goes away.
Yeah, that language is here in section 2 in the bill. It just says it's an emergency bill. It takes effect the date it's enacted. It remains effective until the state of emergency declared by the governor due to COVID-19 pandemic ends under Title 14 of the Public Safety article.
The Department of Labor's quote in their letter is, any increase in benefits without corresponding increases in employer taxes would further deplete the UI trust fund, and in doing so result in the application of a higher tax table for longer. I mean, that's just, I didn't need to read that from the Department of Labor's sheet to know that that's what will happen. Just
let's ask Andrew or Dana.
Sure. I mean, I hate to, break such a complicated subject down into simple terms, but I think Steve Ross kind of illustrated the point that anytime there's money in and money out when it comes to the trust fund. So anytime that, as this bill does, increases the likelihood that more benefits will be paid out, there is that give and take, and that the trust fund will need to find sources to replenish that trust fund. And it's, and that's the give and take of the system. So.
But you say it's a give and take of the system, but yeah, everything we've discussed up to this point, when it's come to doing things outside of the box with UI, it's been followed up with federal and or state dollars that make the UI trust fund, I would think, maybe not whole, because that's not, that's overly simplistic, but the point is, if we're passing bills, if we're making policy changes through executive order, these are the sort of things where the government is funding and therefore not putting the business in a position down the road where they have to make up the difference. This bill, unlike some of the other ones that I'm completely behind, there comes a day, right? There comes a day where this bill gets handed to, the employer. And, what I would say is, and this actually goes back to Delegate Arontz's point, which is, the best way to help people that are on unemployment is to get them their benefit, the one that they are entitled to. I don't necessarily see it as being the legislature's responsibility to pass a bill like this that somehow or another gets help to, the worker in a substantial way. It's like we're doing this in lieu of, faster service to the folks that need the help. And this is a different way of saying what Steve was saying earlier. And I can't imagine that the department would be happy with this bill unless somewhere along the way you came back and said, okay, well, here's how we're going to fund this, so we're not having to look at the employers, 12 to 16 months down the road and saying, here's the obligation. This is an important bill, right? It's an important bill. It's also a controversial bill in that it's asking some questions that don't get answered easily.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Am I missing something which is highly possible?
Sure.
If what we're doing is saying that if existing law is, if you have $50, $50 is deducted from the amount that you're receiving from unemployment insurance. And that's what my problem is. So maybe I don't understand how this works.
Yeah, why don't you walk us through kind of the math? And it's funny, I'm not the math major, but it's.
No, just if
And
I'm a
neither am
claimant,
I.
all right, if
I'd
I'm a
let Steve-
claimant, how does that $50 affect me now? And if it goes up to 300, how does it affect me?
So I guess Ms.
We sort of laid out a few examples in
Yeah, we-
preparing for your testimony on the bill, Delegate Carey.
Yeah, it's funny if I had.
He's the math person here, but I mean, the way I think of it is like $50 is kind of untouchable right now. So if someone works, so I went to Target the only time I've been to a store this whole pandemic, and I was so excited, and I'm checking out, and the person said, I asked her about sort of how she's been doing, and she said, I'm actually struggling because I had worked at a daycare center, and they, I also work at Target, and she got laid off from the daycare, and she was working so much at Target that her earnings at Target made it so that she couldn't get any unemployment benefits.
Right.
So right now, basically anything above $50 starts to deduct your unemployment compensation. So this bill increases that to $300. So $300 of other, earnings would not be reduced,
So if I'm receiving $1,000 a month from unemployment insurance, and I go to work, and I make more than $50, I lose the entire 1,000?
It's $50 a week.
I mean, may I
A week,
step into the
okay, so,
example?
all right, well, if I use that, so I'm working, and I am working at Target, and I am now making $300, or I'm making $250 a week. My unemployment is $300 a week. How does that affect my unemployment check? I'm making $250.
You're making $250 in
My
your
unemployment check is $300.
Okay.
Your unemployment is 100.
I'm gonna what?
So the way think of it as earning the next dollar. Okay, let's say you're unemployed. 300 is a nice number. It's about average, right? That's
Okay, I thought so, right.
Okay. You're earning 300 on unemployment. Someone offers you a part-time job. Okay.
Yep.
Right now, the part-time job pays you $25 a week. Okay.
Right.
You earn that $25, you get $100 of unemployment benefit. Okay.
Okay.
They say, great, we like you so much, we're going to pay you $100 a week. Okay.
Okay.
As soon as you pass that $50 threshold, that next $50 as you go from 50 to 100 reduces your unemployment benefit by $1 each. So you don't actually take home any extra money above $50 as you earn up to 100. So you earn 100.
But the fund, and this is where I'm trying to get to, the fund is paying less.
Currently,
Because I'm earned 50, or I earned 100. I earned 100. I'm supposed to get 300, but the fund is now going to pay me 200
the fund will pay
or
you more.
250, so I still get my 300.
Yeah, you get to keep more of your earnings basically. And
Yeah.
ultimately what happens is unemployment benefits are larger under this bill. Your weekly benefits large are more because we are deducting less income from those payments. So that's what this bill would do basically. Increase benefits for people who are working part-time. It's the only way to look at it.
The maximum weekly benefit amount is $430 under normal circumstances. And so just kind of keep that in mind when thinking about $50 versus the maximum UI benefit. This is increasing this.
Okay,
sort of
and
what's
sometimes I can
untouchable.
be thick on the math too. But why it is that the fund is paying more because I'm working, I'm not entitled to the full 300.
Hang on, if I get a job and I make $299 and I'm getting 300 in unemployment, if this law passes, I can still make the 299 and I would still get the $300. If I make $301 Now I no longer get the 300 unemployment. I now get $299. Like he said, it's an offset, a dollar for a dollar.
So-
Yeah.
That should be able to be
That's
fixed.
I believe that's accurate.
Yeah,
So-
all right.
Yeah. So
yeah.
yes, it does pay more because right now, if I make $300 at $50, only 50 of it is being a wash. Under this piece of legislation, $300. So until I hit the $300 threshold, that UI is still paying the full amount of benefits. Every dollar I go over
I
that,
got it. All
they're
right.
paying a dollar.
I
for
knew
a
I
dollar.
was being thick, but now I got it. Okay.
I'm not as dumb as I look. I'm not
So
good
that's
as
why-
bad. but the
Never
simple
suggested
math I
that
get.
Delegate Impalaria.
Can I just follow up real quick?
Yes,
Yes.
Delegate.
I just want to
Delegate Adams.
reinforce the point here. Yes, an employee gets more money, but it's because it's going to cost somebody more money. And
Yes.
to the
No, and then
extent that I'm
that I
here-
understand. I just wasn't
Okay.
seeing where there was more coming out of the fund
a lot.
where I was. Okay, I got it.
But,
Can I-
Mr. Chair, again, this,
I've had my hand up.
Hold on, let's, Delegate Aaron's is first, then I'll take you, Delegate Raj. He had his hand up. He's been patiently waiting. Go ahead,
I
Delegate.
gotta
Aaron.
quit playing by the rules.
No, you're,
No
Yeah, you're
comment.
I
muted.
gotta quit playing by the rules.
why start now?
I can't read my screen. Okay, yeah, why start now? I guess the bottom line is that we're saying that you will be discouraged from working if we do this bill.
I think you have it back. I think it's
No,
Is that right?
backwards,
It
yeah.
incentivizes,
backwards.
it incentivizes someone to have other employment.
Because they're going to get their 300 plus the unemployment insurance payment.
So in the example that I provided with the Target employee who got laid off from the daycare, she would be able to take more in from Target and still get
You're
some
on.
unemployment benefits from the daycare center.
because
I
basically
don't know that I have
dollars
it.
you're working for free from a individual's perspective. You're working for free until you hit your weekly benefit amount that you would otherwise get, and then you earn more money than you would have.
Okay, I had it backwards. I get it now.
So, yeah, so that's why I said,
All right.
the math major. Now, Delegate Rogers, are you finished, Delegate?
Yep.
Okay, Delegate Rogers, I'm sorry.
thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, just for clarification purposes, this is just during the pandemic, right?
Right.
And then
Yes,
it
sir.
goes away. I just want to make that clarifying point.
You are absolutely right. Delegate Jackson.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand this. So, like Delegate Impalaria was saying, if a person makes $299, they don't get an extra $300?
They do.
They do.
They do. They do.
They do.
Yes.
But if they make 301, they just get the 301?
So I think what's kind of
$1
missing
less.
in the analysis is you have to factor in what is the unemployment benefit and what are the wages from this other employment. So, it's kind of, you have to think about both of them. So if you want to use the example of someone who makes $250 working at Target and their benefit amount is $300 currently for unemployment. The way it would work now is once you hit $50, the $200 that they're earning at Target is taken out of their unemployment benefits. So they would get $100 in UI benefits. And is that correct?
Yes.
If they were making, if their unemployment was 300, you were
Mhm.
getting in the right.
Yes.
You said if it was 50, but
Yes.
So
their
they-
unemployment benefit was 300 and their,
And you take the 200
250.
out that they earn from the other employment, so their actual unemployment benefit would be 100.
because
So,
they,
right.
Right.
So the law is basically structured to say that if you have this lucrative other employment, should you be drawing full unemployment benefits? So there's kind of a mechanism in place that says if you earn more than a certain amount, we're going to take it from your unemployment benefits because you have this income stream. So what this bill is doing is saying that cap is
Up in it.
300.
higher now, so
Instead
that you
of
can actually
50.
keep more of your other, this other stream of income without it depleting your unemployment benefits.
So during the pandemic, what we're saying is we're trying to help people weather the storm, pay their bills, feed their families, and do those things by just upping it 50 to 300. That's what we're trying to do. And as Delegate Rogers pointed out, it's only for the state of emergency. So it ends, and when it ends, it goes back to $50 to what it was.
Okay.
And it incentivizes you to work.
Right.
Exactly.
Okay.
So Delegate Adams, you had another question? Oh, okay. So with that, hearing no more, is there a motion to
I
move?
move
this bill?
favorable.
Favorable.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded for favorable. All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed?
Okay, so it's 5-1.
Yep,
Okay.
okay. And I promise tonight I will talk to my high school math teacher and figure out how this math,
Yeah,
it's
let's
like.
do a conference call.
Mr. Chairman, I can make the math very easy for you.
Okay.
It's the employers that are helping the employees during the pandemic.
Yes,
Pay into
I agree.
why.
It's the
So
process.
the observation, and just it's worth mentioning, we're doing this at the same time that the businesses are trying to get out from underneath this pandemic. Every other program where we're helping employees through UI is ultimately being paid for by federal and or state monies that backfill the obligation. This one is an important policy discussion we just had.
And I'll tell you, Chris, I understand the math 100%. I also understand that this may never, ever take effect. And I understand that Delegate Charkoudian has a bill that makes it take effect permanently.
Well, that's a
right.
different question.
Well,
I'm
Well,
better,
yeah, we're-
I'm better
we're-
with this than that.
and we're going to have a discussion after this next bill. We're going to go on to House Bill 1138. I don't know what I do with my notes. So Laura, do you want to take us House Bill 1138, accountability and transparency?
Yes. So House Bill 1138, I can quickly sort of run through the highlights of the bill again. And then we have 2 amendments in the packet from the sponsor that were distributed at the second meeting. So that's why it's in this PDF form. So this is the bill that requires the Department of Labor to issue a disaster report to the presiding officers, the Senate Finance Committee, and the House Economic Matters Committee within 7 days of the determination that a disaster is occurring within the UI system. And and they would have to continue reporting to those entities every 30 days during the disaster. The amendments in the packet sort of speak to when a disaster is triggered on and off. So let me see, let's show you the language in the bill. So as introduced, the disaster was tied to the extended benefits when the state triggers on for purposes of extended benefits. And that has a 12-week look back period when the unemployment rate is at least 6% for the preceding 12 weeks. Delegate Carey looked at that and felt that that 3-month lag was a little bit too long. So his amendment here, you see in line 18, changes the trigger for a disaster determination to be if the unemployment rate is at least 6% for that week and the immediately preceding 4 weeks. So be 4 weeks instead of 12. The amendment also changes when the disaster is triggered off. So here, let's see. Here it says in line 26, if the disaster plan remains in effect until the department is paying at least 87% of first payments within 21 days after the week ending date of the first compensable week in the benefit year, in accordance with guidelines published by the U.S. Department of Labor. So what that means is the U.S. Department of Labor has certain performance benchmarks for the department. It's my understanding that one of those is that the department pay first, like initial claims within 21 days after like the week ending the date of like basically the end of the first week. And so the thought was that when the department is meeting that 87% benchmark, that the state would not need to be have the disaster report requirements triggered on. Delegate Aarons has a question.
Yeah, I see that. Delegate, I think I know what you're going to ask, but go ahead.
Well, why don't you ask it then? Do me a favor, if somebody could define the 6% rate
Oh,
for me, what does that mean?
The 6% is just the benchmark that's in statute for when the state is in a period of providing extended benefits. So that's 12 extra weeks of benefits to our claimants. For reference, the state is currently not in an extended benefits period. So that's just sort of is what it is. So if this were passed today, this would not be in effect currently, because I believe we're not at that 6%. Maybe the department can
talk
sort
to
of
that.
follow
Yeah.
up if I'm misspeaking in any way, but it was my understanding that we're not in extended benefits, that we're not at the 6%.
I guess that's unclear to me because we got so many people unemployed for so long. I don't know how we can't be in an extended benefit period.
Well, these are 6% increases.
Increase. Okay, so
Yeah.
you're saying if 6% increase, okay, I was misunderstanding that you maybe think our unemployment rate is 6%.
Yeah, no.
I just don't,
no.
you're saying, okay, but the other part of that would be is 6% of the previous week. That's kind of confusing what you're wording it. Maybe I'm just not getting it because I can't see it.
Well, Delegate Carey, the wording in the bill says the rate of insured unemployment not seasonally adjusted is at least 6%. So if the intent is that it be a 6% increase week over week, then I think that would need to be clarified potentially.
Well, you know what? We're going to need to do that. I'm going to need to, I got to think about that because now I'm confused myself.
I would appreciate it actually if Assistant Secretary Freeman or someone from the department could chime in about how extended benefits triggers on to make sure that my understanding is correct.
Yeah, and I know that we had 6%, it was over 12 weeks. And the reason we went to 4 weeks is because we didn't want to get into something and we were already 8 weeks behind. So, but yeah, you're right. If Delegate Freeman, sorry, Deputy Secretary Freeman, I called you Delegate Freeman. It's a long day.
Okay, I'm not a delegate. So the U.S. Department of Labor determines when a state triggers on to the extended benefits program that is funded by the feds. And it's either, I think our statute has one way of measuring our unemployment rate, and it's called the uninsured. It's called the, let me see, what did I just call it? The insured unemployment rate.
Okay.
Other states have something called TUR, total unemployment rate, which I wish we had that. So when the state, when the USDOL determines that the state has triggered on, then they send a letter to the agency to let us know that we've triggered on to EB. The 12-week period in our statute now for extended benefits, and I'm going to lean on my policy people to correct me here, relates to the requirements of the federal law with EB. And this EB provision has been on Maryland's books, again, for years. We triggered off of EB during this pandemic, December 12th, because the manner in which we have written that we measure the unemployment rate. Where if we had measured it with a 4-month look back, which I believe the calculation applies for the TUR, the total unemployment rate, then we would probably still be on EB. And I keep missing the point that I want to make to y'all because I'm having a senior moment about this. Oh, it was so important about EB. It's going to come back. It was really,
That's okay.
it was really cogent, right?
No, it'll
I
come back.
remember it, y'all would be, mesmerized by it. But so I guess the bill as it's written, EB has to be triggered first because EB usually, I think the last time EB was in play before the pandemic was maybe during the Great Recession.
Mhm.
And is that the triggering of, I guess, the intent behind this bill? That EB has to be?
As introduced, the trigger was when the state has been triggered on, but I think Delegate Carey was wanting to shorten the sort of run up to it so that there wouldn't be a 3-month lag before the disaster report requirements go into effect. So this is now 4 weeks before the week that it would be declared. But I guess I just want to make sure that it's clear what the intent is, whether it's that the insured unemployment rate not seasonally adjusted is at least 6%, or if it's supposed to be some kind of growth in percent over time.
No, it's not seasonably adjusted. I was having Ms. Freeman was having a senior moment too.
That's okay. That's okay. I remember what I wanted to say.
Excellent.
So, and I actually had not a heated, but a lively discussion with USDOL on this because they were saying that Maryland's unemployment rate, was back normal where we triggered off. But all they did was measure claimants receiving regular unemployment benefits and did not take into account all the PUA claimants.
Wow.
Because at one point we had more PUA claimants receiving benefits than regular UI, because after, you're on regular UI for 26 weeks, then you go into one of the federal programs. They didn't use that in the calculation of who's still unemployed. That was my soapbox, I'm sorry. So, but the TUR would kind of smooth the calculation. I would say over 4 months, VJ Barbara, how they calculate the TUR as taking a snapshot of the state unemployment rate over a longer period that more accurately reflects, the economic environment than this insured unemployment rate that you have in here.
Okay. So I guess Assistant Secretary Freeman, if the bill were amended in this fashion as shown on the screen to say that this disaster declaration would be sort of triggered on when the immediately preceding weeks, the rate of insured unemployment not seasonally adjusted is at least 6%. Would that, in your view, create enough of a sort of need for additional reporting?
That's a loaded question. I'm not gonna speak
Okay.
on the reporting that the legislature wants for these disasters. And I want to stand corrected. TUR is calculated over 3 months, not 4 months.
Okay.
Okay. I think what we wanted to do is, we wanted to just not be behind the 8 ball. We wanted to get, to begin, if we're in a disaster, we should be working it right away. We should know it, should be working it. And that's, really that's why we put this amendment in there. That was the 4 immediately preceding weeks. The rate of uninsured employment not seasonally adjusted is at 6%, or at least 6%. So I guess the question that I have is, I'm giving you an opportunity now to say, does that make sense? If not, what makes sense from your perspective? And you won't hurt my feelings, believe me.
Well, what makes sense about the reporting requirements, the program needs to have in a disaster context?
No, I'm just talking about the trigger.
The trigger, the 6%, whether that's a good
Yeah.
trigger or not. Does this define disaster? What do we define a disaster?
This is, so the amendments take out the definition. The bill as introduced defined disaster, and there was concern because disaster actually appears elsewhere in the title. So, to avoid any confusion, we've removed that definition in the bill and just simply state when this requirements under this section trigger on and trigger off.
Right.
So line 26 that talks about the disaster plan. I mean,
That's when
line 18.
That's yes, that's when it triggers on, and then line 26 is when it triggers off.
Mhm. So if it was, I would want to run this by USDOL and make sure that 12-week thing is not a federal, it conforms if we put it to 4 weeks. But I would suggest just by not, just on glance, that it should probably refer to the state of emergency language as opposed to disaster or pandemic language there. Because this, we kind of, because when we had our disaster provision now for non-charging, if you remember when those floods were in Ellicott City, and we put in 8-611K.
Yep.
But it defined disaster as one, an event with the date that it happened. And I think we're trying to get at, pandemic type of experience, which is not quite, characterized as a disaster.
Right.
So whenever a state of emergency exists and this EB is triggered.
Well, let me ask you this. When we went into the Great Recession in 2008, there was no state of emergency declared, was there?
No, I don't think so.
So that's what I'm trying to get at with this language is when we hit this trigger point, that's when this kicks in. That's we assume that 12 weeks was just too far down the road. So that's where we came up with the 4 weeks. So that, because this thing would kick in if there's an economic disaster or financial disaster. So if you want to think about it, we can take some of these questions in the meantime. I see that Delegate Ahrens, I think Delegate Adams had a question. I see Delegate Impalaria's hand. So let's go with Delegate Impalaria first.
Oh, you're on mute, Delegate.
So, Secretary Friedman, here. So would it benefit you if we were using that, what I would call a real unemployment number, that you're saying we're using the unemployment number that's for people who are on unemployment, and once you fall off of unemployment, you're not shown anymore. Is that correct? Is that what we're talking about?
The calculation is based on how many Maryland claimants are receiving regular unemployment insurance, as opposed to all those federal benefit programs that we administered last year. It didn't take a measure of that.
So other states figure on not only who's collecting unemployment, but those people who have recently come off the unemployment rolls but are still unemployed, correct?
I don't know how other states measure it, but the total unemployment rate calculation is called a TUR rate. And I'm not an expert on it, versus the IUR rate. It's an IUR rate compared to the TUR rate. And the TUR rate is more a better measure, in my opinion.
So I guess my question is, because we're gonna hold this for a while and look at it, is there legislation that we can change it to the TUR rate? And does that put us in a better position with the feds to get federal dollars? So can we change?
So we should consider putting the TUR calculation language. You can keep the IUR in there, or you could say, and then describe the TUR language in the EB provisions. And then that would have allowed us to still be on EB. If
Right,
we had that
which
TUR.
is federal dollars, EB is
Yes.
federal dollars, right?
Yes.
And
Right
that
now-
seems like that benefits everybody,
Mhm.
state standpoint. So I think, Laura, if we can work on trying to get that in this
Mhm.
place,
So-
that makes sense. I hope I didn't overstep my bounds, but it sounded like we were talking around. It sounded like you wanted it, but nobody was saying, can we do it? My question is, can we do it? And if we can you figure out, Laura, how we do that so that we do those federal dollars, we don't exclude ourselves?
And let me say this about that. Yeah, at this point, I would certainly entertain listening to how we would do that. I mean, we had asked the department, they were, I guess in the letter or whatever, they were okay. I don't have any problem going back to look to see if we can include that in here. But what I would like to do is, I would like to move the bill, and if we need to amend it, we can amend it when we get it to full committee, if we want to amend the trigger. So that's what I'd like to do. Because, we're on the fly now at 5 o'clock trying to make these decisions, and I want to have some ample time to think it through. So, but I want.
Mr. Chair, can I just ask a quick question?
Sure, Steve.
Secretary Freeman, I just, we're moving away from the previous trigger would have been essentially the federal government tells us, gives us a letter, hey, it's EB, and that would be the trigger. Looking at this language here, does the state get a weekly insured unemployment rate? Do we have access to that data on like a shorter than, but in the time period that this bill contemplates right now? Basically, I'm asking, is it feasible to administer based on a 4-week period with this rate? Independent of whether or not this is the idea of the bill, but is that data available? That's my question.
It is.
Okay, thanks.
It looks like Delegate Aaron's has.
Delegate Aaron's, you have a question. I'm sorry.
I guess,
Delegate, we're losing you.
I guess I'm kind of
There you go.
confused on this whole thing. What is the federal guideline? And we were talking earlier, you're talking about any better, apologize. What is the federal guideline on something like this, or is there none?
Delegate Implaria, Delegate Aaron's, the reference
we look alike, so.
You do, you do.
Go ahead.
The reference in the amendment, which is on screen now, to the federal guidelines is about this benchmark that first payments be issued to claimants within 21 days. So that was, the department could speak more, I guess, about, the genesis for that requirement, but that requirement has sort of come to the legislators' attention a couple times throughout the course of, looking at the different performance benchmarks. So I think Delegate Carey will. Yeah.
Okay, well, I guess I'm asking, why would we want to change that to be different when we really, I haven't even heard a cost associated with this, if in today's world. And I'm concerned about changing something the federal government, we're going to get away from them. We're going to actually kick in before they do. And what that does to the dollars and cents down the road, should we ever need federal money again? Because if I were the federal government, I'd say, you know what, you kicked in, you spent your money.
Well, Delegate Aaron's, I would just say that this bill is essentially a report bill. So it's requiring the department to provide certain reports to the legislature when a disaster is in effect in the UI system. So it's this benchmark, the federal guideline is simply included in the bill for purposes of sort of determining the UI system is relatively stable in the way that the department's paying the claims according to this federal guideline. It's not actually sort of imposing that requirement. It's just saying when the department is issuing first payments within 21 days, it's no longer a disaster for purposes of the report requirements in the bill.
Right.
Okay. And these reports, by getting them more often, will help us do our jobs better.
Well, it'll give what we were hoping was we'll get the information so that we can have it, so that when people are calling you, yelling at you, some idea of what's going on and why. So that was the rationale behind this. And, you know, again, the disaster recovery plan, they're my words, because that's kind of the industry that I've grown up in. So anyway, but what we're just trying to do is, this is just about the trigger, what requires them to begin reporting to us. And we just wanted them to report, you know, once a disaster, when it started, as a reporting now rather than after the fact, trying to play.
Okay, I understand that, but with all due respect, I'm not getting the reports that I can go to my people with right now, even if they've been extended longer with the current trigger. I don't have enough information to go back. I just, you know, so I appreciate we're going to do more, but I'm not sure we can do more, but I'm good with it.
Well, and don't look at it as more. We just want to get these reports out. That's the thing that I don't know whether the data's there or not, but these are the things that will help us report. These are things that I thought that we should have been getting out there to our constituents in the first place. So now we're just saying, these are the things that will help us manage our constituents.
Mr. Chair, if I could just clarify, so we have two, oh, go ahead, Delegate.
No, you go ahead, Laura. I'm sorry.
Oh, Delegate Aaron's.
You're breaking up.
Yes. Oh, I'm in a bad way. I guess, Laura, go ahead, finish your thought.
No, go ahead. I was actually just going to clarify the manner in which the reports.
Okay. You're going to finish it or you're not?
No, you go ahead.
Okay. I guess my only point is that we're asking the department to do something more often that they can't do now. And I'm concerned that we're putting in legislation once again to ask somebody to do something they can't do, because we're not really fixing a problem that's going to help us to fix this problem. So I appreciate the intent of the bill. It's just, I don't know how you squeeze blood out of a rock.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Delegate Adams.
Okay. I'm
For once,
he
has me speechless.
I'm going to make a motion to accept the amendments and
Okay.
Dane's recommendation on what the trigger might be. If somebody will second that, that's great. But I'm assuming if for some reason we come back, we vote,
Second.
and
I'll
then
second it.
and then they come around and say, well, if there's something wrong, you can always send it back to subcommittee, or we can fix it in.
Or we can fix it in committee.
So that's my motion, and
I'll second it.
all right.
I'll
Okay.
third it.
Is the amendment that this is actually the second amendment. So what you're seeing on screen now is not the trigger language. So Delegate Adams, are you moving the amendment as it's currently drafted or on the trigger? Or are you talking about making changes to that based on what the Assistant Secretary said?
No, I think you want to conform the amendment to what the Assistant Secretary's testimony would advise us to do, knowing that that's subject to her getting some confirmation from USDOL conformity.
So the Assistant Secretary was talking about potentially having the trigger be this IUR unemployment rate or the TUR rate.
I thought she wanted I thought she wanted the TUR rate.
So I thought she was suggesting that the trigger could be either one, but then I think she was also separately saying you could change the extended benefits statute to make us a TUR state. Is that correct? Assistant Secretary?
I did. I said, right now the language just has the IUR calculation, and we should add the TUR calculation. So you trigger on if IUR or TUR.
Okay, so I think that would be a relatively straightforward amendment here, because we could just
Okay.
say the rate of insured unemployment not seasonally adjusted is at least 6%, or the total unemployment rate is at least 6%.
Yeah,
But the other change to the actual extended benefit statute, is sort of a separate question. I don't know if the chair he said he wanted to entertain that, but I don't know if that's going to become a part of this bill or how he wants to handle that.
yeah, I need to, I just need to think about that. Let's go ahead with this motion. I think if this motion, if this amendment allows us, gives us the reaction to I want to know about problems up front. If this allows us to know that there's a pending problem, then I'm okay. Then yeah, I think this motion is fine. But if not, if this is going to prolong being told that we have a problem, then I'm not okay with that. So, Deputy Secretary Freeman, what does this do in regard to that? Does it have any impact?
Reporting it, so the indicators of whether the economy is downturning
Yeah.
happens long before the unemployment insurance rate shows that. So if you look at the pandemic experience that we're in, the governor declared the state of emergency, I think, what was that, March 5th, March 8th? And we were already getting claims. I mean, we already knew the unemployment rate was still whatever it was, 4, 5. So the unemployment rate worsening is like the last indicator of when there's problems. So I don't, by the time you get to the 6%, we would have been having.
Okay.
Okay.
So this will help us. This will trigger sooner. This will help us know about it sooner than later.
Well, I'm saying that the unemployment rate, and I do not calculate it because it's kind of funny because the unemployment insurance program does not do any of these statistics. That's our labor and statistics department. Is like, to me personally, not speaking for the department, a lag indicator of what is actually going on in the economy and the business is shutting down.
Sure.
However they calculate that it's not real time to me. This is my personal, it's not real time. We knew other factors that told us and everybody that there's a big economic issue going on way before that. And so maybe some of those factors would be the indicators to let you know. Now, we report weekly to the federal government on all the core performance standards. All aspects of the program are measured, and we have either weekly, monthly, quarterly, biannual, and annual obligations of reporting to the feds. That's on their website.
But
for public consumption, and that's more real time. We have weekly, how we report our weekly claims numbers. The performance calculations, I think we report monthly on the various activities of the program. So they do measure how quickly we put out first pays on claims that have no issues. They give you the standard for that. They measure us how quickly we put out first pays on claims that do have issues. Two different standards. How quick,
So I get, my question is just simply this. You have my amendment that says this is the trigger point. You had your suggestion which says this is the trigger point. What gets us there faster? When is it, yours or mine? That's what I'm asking.
it seems like the EB, if this,
So,
I'm unclear about when your trigger comes in, because does EB have to be in effect?
No.
Okay,
As
So-
introduced, it was tied to the EB, but this
Okay.
is
That's-
sort of a separate trigger that would be in
Okay.
statute.
so then your 4 weeks of measuring the unemployment rate would come before
quicker,
EB, yes.
right, okay, so that's,
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
I guess-
that's my position. My position is that if this helps us get into this quicker, this is why that's why we amended the bill.
And I guess just to clarify with the Assistant Secretary, if this is amended as Delegate Adams proposed to have the IUR or the TUR rate at least 6%, can the TUR be calculated in a 4-week period? I know Steve asked earlier, like, we want to make sure this is knowable to you. So he said
TUR
no.
is over 3 months.
Okay, so then that may not structurally work here.
Right, and the other thing is that the EB provisions are like 8-1100 XX. So this is 8. What is that? My little
311.
311.2. Yeah. So that language about adding TUR would go in the EB section
If
And
for
then
purpose.
for definition. Yeah.
Just for purposes of triggering these report requirements, if the bill said if the rate of insured unemployment is at least 6% and the total unemployment rate is at least 6%, just making sure that we won't know what the total unemployment rate is, because you're saying by definition that is a 3-month period of time.
So it will always be a TUR rate because it's always 3 months. But it may be, it may not be 6%. Like there's a TUR rate right now. And it just has a 3-month look back to calculate, where the IUR, I think, is weekly or the different, I don't know the formulas. So I plead the fifth on that, but you always do have a TUR measure right
So
now.
Okay.
I guess what I would say is I would resist this amendment. I mean, I know it's been moved and seconded, and it's up for a vote. I think the whole purpose of this is that once we're in crisis mode or disaster mode or whatever you want to call it, this report kicks in. So I would just resist this amendment and
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw the amendment. The purpose of me was this was process more than policy. So I would move the amendment as drafted. That's
okay,
what you're asking for.
Is there a second on that? As the chair, I'll second it.
Second.
Okay, so the amendment has been moved and seconded. All those in favor of this amendment, raise your hand. Okay. Got, looks like 6, it looks like Delegate Aaron's shadow, but it might be 6-0, it might be 5.
I was in favor.
Okay, 6-0, so.
Mr. Chair, I move the bill as amended.
Oh, hold on.
There's another amendment, okay.
Yes, there's another amendment, and this is what I need to clarify. When I was reading the first reprint, I misspoke because there's this other second amendment that talks about the manner in which the reports would be made available. So the bill as introduced would have required this report monthly to the presiding officer's finance and ECM. The amendment here just requires the department to post the information on its website. And then it also requires a weekly report. Here, starting after line 16, you can see once per week, the department would be required to post on its website a weekly report containing the information required under paragraph 2. So there's some sort of enhanced data that would need to be made available on the department's website about sort of claims and where they are in process. And the department would need to retain those weekly reports on its website for like the 8 weeks prior. so that someone could look and say, okay, 3 weeks ago, this is how things were going. This week, this is how things are going. I think that's all that's contained in these amendments, but let me just confirm. Oh, no. So the amendments, this set of amendments also clarify the language that had said the department needs to
100 people.
yeah, so it removes in line 21, you can see the bill as introduced required the department during a disaster to hire 100 additional employees. And so the amendment removes the specific reference to a certain number of employees and just says to hire additional employees as needed to meet staffing needs. I just want to mention also that the bill has a provision that requires the department to submit the report to the presiding officer, Senate Finance, and ECM within 7 days of the disaster initially being determined, and every 30 days thereafter. So there would still be a report coming to the legislature that would cover the unemployment insurance trust fund balance and anticipated staffing needs, but the more sort of granular claims information would be provided on the department's website on a monthly and then weekly basis. And the last point on the bill is that during a disaster, the assistant secretary would oversee compliance with the requirements of the disaster report provisions of law.
Okay, any,
Mr. Chair, I move amendment number 2.
is there a second?
Second.
All right, thank you, delegate. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion on amendment number 2? Seeing none. All those in favor, raise your hand.
Aye. Aaron's.
So all those opposed? Okay, looks like it was 6-0, Laura.
Okay.
On the bill as a, is there a motion to move the bill as amended?
I make the motion.
Is there a
I'll
second?
second it. Second, Aaron's.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0.
Okay.
Okay, now the final bill of the day. Let's move on to House Bill 1002.
Just bear with me 1 second. I have to pull up
Go
the reprint. Okay, got it. Okay. Okay, so I guess just to sort of remind everyone what is in this bill and what the subcommittee has already acted on that touches the bill. So the bill requires the Department of Labor to take specified actions in administering the UI program. Those, for the most part, those specific requirements in Delegate Charkoudian's bill have not been addressed in the subcommittee's actions already. You can see them on screen here. So in carrying out the requirements of the title, the department would be required to, and I think there's maybe 15 items. The department submitted extensive sort of comments in their letter of information, point by point, about what they feel it, in some cases, the department is saying that they are already doing this, or that they feel that they're about to start doing it, like with the paper checks and direct deposit. In other cases, they're saying that they cannot do it. So I guess, I don't know how, Mr. Chair, you want to go through these points, or if you want people to just see if there are questions about, I'm not exactly sure how you want to proceed with it.
Why don't we just go through and see if there are any questions?
Okay, so,
Excuse me, Laura, real quick, Delegate Rogers.
Yeah,
Would you take the con? I have to step out for just a second.
okay,
I'll be right back.
got it. All right, Laura, please continue.
okay, and I'm actually going to share a screen with Delegate Charkoudian has offered a second amendment that actually makes changes to this provision. This initial set of amendments we have, I don't believe makes any changes here. So if you'll bear with me. Okay. Okay. All right. So in the second set of amendments that the sponsors offered, the department is required to secure equal access for individuals by ensuring that an individual contacting the department has adequate and timely access to language, interpretive, and translation services, and also to secure equal access for individuals with disabilities, incorporating accessibility features that are consistent with modern accessibility standards for individuals with disabilities, providing notice of alternative accessibility options for accessing benefits, services, and information in multiple formats, and conspicuously providing claimants with the option to select at the beginning of the application process for unemployment insurance benefits, paper-based notices, to be sent by mail.
Okay. I would just say continue. Unless you have
Okay.
questions.
Okay. The next item, the amendments would have required the call center staffing to be adequate to allow an individual to reach a departmental employee or contractor to ask questions. Instead, the amendments add that in uncodified language, which I can scroll down and show you. Let's see. Sorry if it's making you dizzy. Hate scrolling when I'm screen sharing.
This bill is making me dizzy, yes.
Well, I can't apologize for that. I'm just looking for it. Here it is. So here it says, on or before June 1st of this year, the department would be required to submit to the General Assembly, in accordance with the report requirement, a detailed, comprehensive, and funded plan to ensure that call center staffing is adequate to allow an individual to reach a departmental employee or contractor to ask questions. So instead of that being a requirement in statute, this is uncodified language requiring a report, basically showing how the department is planning on staffing.
Nope, continue.
Okay. Okay, the next item is the department would be required to establish systems and procedures that ensure that an individual does not need to wait on hold before being offered an opportunity to leave a phone number to receive a call back.
Okay.
Okay. The next item is ensure that phone calls made by the department staff and contractors appear on caller ID as originating from the department. I did want to mention that in reading through the department's letter, I tried to kind of make notes in my mind about where the department said something is not possible. So I hope it's okay with the chair's indulgence that they just chime in if I'm missing any of those items. But for this one in particular, I think the department was saying that the caller ID depends on the individual's phone carrier, so that it's not necessarily within the department's control how calls appear on someone's phone. If it's okay with Delegate Carey, maybe someone from the department could speak on that point.
Yes. Yes.
Sure, I'd ask Dana if you yourself or one of the other folks we have could address the caller ID function.
Yeah, sure. We implemented the caller ID feature through the various ways we use to reach our customers now. And so there's certain phone numbers. And we put the tags on and all of that. But if the customer has a cell phone whose carrier does not have that caller ID or the number, it will still show up as unknown. So what we are planning to do is, I guess, message customers and say, do you mind programming these numbers in your cell phone? And if you have, just like you would program someone's name and number, then, and we would tell them the tag, and then when that does come into their cell phone, they would see that it's us. But that's already all rolled out. It's just a certain part of the population whose cell phone carrier does not have that feature. Like, I guess it would be a yellow pages or something to show what that number is. It's going to still appear as unknown. So we would ask we're going to message our customers to program their numbers if they want to know that it's us who are calling. Give them that opportunity to do that.
And if I may, I would just add to that, we have been working very hard to make this a reality because we've been asked to, and our customers have been asking for it. We're in a unique situation, as you all are aware, and one of those factors that has come into play is the fraud issue. We have never experienced the sophisticated attacks and attempts to fraudulently attempt to use the UI system as we have during this pandemic. And that has come into play even with this process of trying to provide this service to our customers, and that there are spoofers and bad actors that are looking to take advantage of individuals, as I'm sure you have heard with other various scams through phone schemes with individuals. That's something that we're trying to combat as well. I just wanted to bring that as another factor into what we're looking at to try and make sure that our customers get that service, but also protect them from the bad actors during this pandemic.
Okay, thank you. We have a question from Delegate Rogers. Delegate.
Oh, Delegate, you're on mute.
You need to mute.
I'm gonna figure it out one day, but no, more of a comment, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
to say thank you to the department, because I know I was one of the ones that raised this question last week, and I think it's important for our constituents, their customers, to know that it is them calling. I know that the Maryland Department of Health has that feature, so I just want to thank Secretary Freeman and the rest of the Department of Labor for working to put something in place so that folks know that it is in fact Department of Labor calling about a claim, so that they can get their claims resolved. So thank you for doing that, and I think it's great that we've got that codified in this bill. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess what I would say is, I understand where you're coming from, Andrew, about the scammers out there, but again, constituents who were just panicked because they didn't know, oh my God, I missed the call. And that's my concern. And the other thing that you just made me think of is, if we've got cell phones, are you going to text people? Can you text them and say, make an appointment or something like that? I mean, are there other ways to do this? But I will say this, that with the Joint Oversight Committee and Senator Klausmeyer in particular, and as you well know, because you've been on all those calls, this is something that she's been very aggressive about, the need for some identifier so that when that person's in the panic mode and they see Department of Labor, they know it's unemployment and they can pick it up. So, we have got to figure this out.
Can I say, Delegate Carey, we've also rolled out the functionality where our staff can, in the secured beacon portal, talk to customers now and say, I just attempted to call you. That was a feature that we got developed as part of the response to this issue right here. Putting a label. So we will tell the customer now, I just attempted to contact you. So, and they can respond to us back within in the portal now, which wasn't available last year.
So in the secure portal though, does it show up that this is Department of Labor trying to get a hold?
They're within the Beacon portal.
Oh, they're actually in the system. Okay.
Yes, we're internally within Beacon, so that's already secure.
But still, I just keep coming back to the fact that, I mean, there are a lot of people out there. Yeah, a lot of people have cell phones. This is something, like I said, I think is very important. People know that they're calling. I just don't know how to fix the problem. And I think that that's been a big part of the frustration among all of our colleagues is that, we get these calls and it's, so I'll step down off my soapbox. I see Delegate Aarons has his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just real quick, it sounds to me like the department's trying to do this. They're running into some problems, but the department is trying to accommodate us. Why do we have to have it in a bill? Or am I misreading what they're saying? Because it sounds like they understand the problem and they're trying to fix it. And I think we're on the same page. It sounds like to me.
I just think that I just don't want this to get missed in the point because this is an important point. And, I just think that this is one of those important points. And again, I go back to, these are the same calls that you and I, that we've all gotten. So for me, it's important that they do it. And, I guess we just never understood why they couldn't do it until now. And I guess that's, here we are debating, talking about this bill and moving it forward to committee. And now we're having this conversation. That's, again, that's why I hesitate to say, oh, let's take that out, because I don't want it to get lost in the, as Delegate Impalaria said, I don't want it to get lost in the soup. So, sometimes, you might think that it's ridiculous, but I see it as something that, if we don't say it, will it get done? And then what recourse, if it doesn't get done, do we have? So that's where that's where my mind is around this. And that's why we, about all of these things. And I see that there are a few more questions. I see that Vice Chair Dumais has a question, and then Delegate Adams.
Well, my question's actually simple. I appreciate what the Deputy Secretary said about what they're doing now. And I have to admit, I've not gotten a call from the Maryland Department of Health, but certainly their public service announcements make it clear that if you get a call from, COVID-19, whatever, please answer. So I guess my question is, what system is the Department of Health using? Because it certainly doesn't suggest that there's any identification problem on what they're using. And if that's correct, why isn't the Department of Labor doing the same thing?
Can I speak?
Yes.
We're using the same system. Did develop theirs and ours. So our caller ID is working. It's just a sizable part of our population that uses cell phones to communicate that doesn't have that caller ID activated. We'll still see it as unknown.
Is that the same for the Department of Health?
Yeah. Oh yeah. But what Department of Health did said, if you see this, I believe I saw their messaging that said, program this number in your phone if you don't have the caller ID. Yeah.
Okay.
We developed it for both of us.
Okay.
Both of our agencies.
Okay.
So Ms. Freeman, so are you guys, so you guys are doing this then? You're telling people to program this in their phone? Now,
I think on the messaging piece to address those with the cell phones, we've got another piece going out directly to them. But the caller ID functionality was implemented last year. for those who could have the call ID on. So we did that. We addressed that last year, but it's a pocket that we learned from seeing why customers were still saying they didn't see it was us calling. That's what the issue was with the caller, the cell phone piece.
Okay,
We found the root cause of that, and now we're addressing that.
okay.
Mhm.
Delegate Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me just say this. We had a historical moment that affected everybody, and in this department more so than others because of the way that the department was having to change its mission. We've done the study bill. That's a separate bill. I was not favorable to the second policy issue that relates to the income disregard. What is left in this bill, and I've studied this information, and I have all the for all the bills where the Department of Labor is testifying. What's left in this bill appears to be prescriptive sort of micromanaging a department that number one, and we could have argued this on the last bill, we're taking valuable time of the department to go through and do studies when that time could have been well used to actually conduct the business of the department. But on this bill, in statute, we're micromanaging the minutia and the details of the department. I would think that the reporting bill, I think puts enough leverage. I'm comfortable with that bill, and I'll support that bill because it gives us the ability to look at what the department's doing, how they're conducting their business. So obviously the UI Oversight Committee can and should ask the kind of questions that this bill appears to be asking. And while I think we've passed a lot of bills, and we should, this session, our committee is moving a lot of legislation, this bill doesn't appear to be the kind of bill that I would expect to see come from from the legislature. You'd have to imagine us putting the same sort of obligation or responsibility on any department. Remove the Department of Transportation, right? Just for example, the fact that the department has struggled is lost on no one, surely least of which the folks that are participating on this call by the Department of Labor. And I think they're very sensitive to the issues at our hand. My office, as well as your office, has had to field these sort of, calls, and, my instinct as a manager is to say, okay, we've got a problem and we need to resolve it. But in my business, I never get to the point where I'm having to, micromanage a person in their job description. I've either got the right person or I don't. But at the end of the day, we can ask those questions without passing a bill like this. We've passed these priorities that I think we can achieve consensus on. I'm having a very hard time even trying to have a detailed discussion with Laura, who I think does a terrific job of laying out, the policy and how do we put in statute meaningful legislation. I wouldn't even know where to begin having a serious conversation about any number of these now that I've read the bill with the amendment and also the department's position on it, because I could go point by point and say the following. We had the department, right? In statute, we've created the Department of Labor to do certain things. Let them do the job. Allow the UI Oversight Committee to do their job, which is to oversee and ask these questions more broadly and probably more constructively than we can as a legislature. And I would just close by saying that I'm going to ask that we move this bill unfavorable, or at least get a vote on it, because
Second.
I think we've achieved so much here, and this is a very serious year for the UIS Subcommittee. I think we've moved a lot of important legislation. This one doesn't seem to rise to the level of policy I would expect us to be moving. So I move unfavorable on the bill.
I second it.
Okay, so the bills-
In saying that, and I've said this earlier, is I really wish that the alcohol subcommittee would have been called in a lot earlier to work on some of those issues. The governor, I wish this committee would have been called in to help the governor. I mean, we're here. That wasn't our fault that we weren't called in for a special session. And, you know, the train's way down the track. This would have been great a year ago. But, you know, the department's working on these issues, and I agree. And that's why I'm, you know, seconding the unfavorable.
Well, let's, you know, okay, so it's been moved and seconded for an unfavorable. So let me just, I see that Vice Chairman Dubé has her hand up. Before I jump in, go ahead, Vice Chairman.
So I think there are a couple of things to consider. And one is, as Delegate Carey has indicated, that although certainly it's Delegate Charkoudian's bill, I believe a lot of this does come from the Oversight Committee that was in fact working during the interim, and get into account. And the other thing is, I think we have to finish going through the bill. So for instance, at the very bottom of the page that you can see, and there are some other things, it does talk about something that I think might be an appropriate thing to consider, is whether the department needs to, you know, contract with someone on an annual basis or biannual basis, whatever, or, you know, every other year or something, to sort of have their customer service process evaluated. I mean, clearly that's what we were all struggling with. It is what Delegate Ahrens has been saying from the very beginning this afternoon. How is this affecting what our offices are going through? And certainly all of the things that are delineated address those things. But, you know, I can't remember, although I've got it up on my other screen so I can scroll, you know, there might be other pieces of this bill before we just summarily just, you know, say we don't want to put this in statute. There may be things that we could put in that can hold the department accountable, which is part of the title. And, you know, although, again, I respect what the Oversight Committee has done, there are other ways of addressing some of this. And one of the ways might be, and of course, Laura's going to hate me when I say this, but I hate some of the bills that come in with these long opening statements. This might be one where a bunch of whereas clauses is the appropriate thing to do. Just, you know, sort of, whereas these are the problems that were experienced, they don't become part of the actual code. You know, the committee or the legislature is saying these are the things that have to in some form or fashion be addressed. And then again, have the custody or customer service evaluation done. And again, I haven't scrolled all the way down to the bill yet, but so I'm just suggesting that before we sort of throw it out, that we consider what Delegate Ahrens has been saying all afternoon. What are we doing to address the problems that we're still hearing in our office? And I think there are a couple of ways to do it. I appreciate what Delegate Adams said. And I think I actually said it at one point in time when I hadn't looked at the bill a great deal about why is this in statute? And, you know, Delegate Carey, as well as Delegate Charkoudian offline, you know, explained to me, because this is what we're dealing with. So, you know, if a policy perspective, Delegate Adams wants to say, we don't want to put this in statute, I think there's still something we have to do to say we weren't, you know, everybody recognizes the overwhelming problem that COVID created and that the Labor Department, nobody anticipated. I mean, I don't lay it at the Department of Labor's feet. I think they stepped up and tried to do everything humanly possible, but nothing was perfect, but nothing was perfect in anything. But like I said, I don't think we ought to completely throw it out. I think we ought to have a discussion about how to address these issues, make these issues known, and what do we think would hold them accountable?
Well, Madam Vice Chair, I think that the bill that we passed prior to this one, 1138, titled Accountability and Oversight, that was the bill that you're describing. We in a substantial way, requiring the department to report to us on a regular basis. And I think if you wanted
Requires them to
to,
report, you're right.
well,
but
so
I
if you
don't
want
know
to
that
do, if you want to do whereas clauses on that bill, then perhaps I would agree with that. But let me just go back to my reason for the unfavorable, because if we're going to have a serious conversation, we're actually going to try to pass 1002, then what I need to do is to stop Laura every time I see something in this bill. And I hope the committee will give me the courtesy to do that, because I'm a serious reviewer of the legislation, and
You are.
of giving us information. But go, not line by line, but at what point are what we asking is serious conversation. So without the committee's assistance to figure out which ones are negotiable and which ones do you think are very important that needs to stay in the bill, I'm going to have a hard time, because I'm just going to have to assume, and I've already done the homework on this, I'm going to have to assume that nearly everything that's left in 1002, now that we've done the study and the reporting, from my perspective, is subject. That's why I'm asking for the unfavorable. I just think that we're doubling down on what is a very difficult subcommittee agenda this year, and it's not Delegate Charkoudian's fault that we're here on this last bill, but I think we've laid enough measured criticism. I think we've, as a legislature, taken appropriate measures where and how we can in a substantial way, not in a argumentative way or in a way that's not constructive for the department to help them do a better job, but also help us do a better job in resolving a future event like this. And it's not Charkoudian's fault that this bill basically is left with the parts that are just, if I were the Secretary of the Department of Labor and I saw a bill like this pass, I would, it would honestly upset me, because I know that we, as a department, we do not need this kind of micromanaging from the legislature. There needs to be enough courtesy and discretion to conduct the job. And again, I remind the subcommittee, we passed something like this. What would stop us from passing it for every other department in the state of Maryland? The answer should be, well, we wouldn't do that. We may criticize the secretary, and we might have criticized the administration, and we might criticize different departments, but I don't think we back that criticism up with language that talks about how they're going to deal with caller ID and how we're going to establish procedures to return calls on a regular basis. That's, you and I could never agree on how we codify customer service. Customer service is you either did it right or you didn't. You either were successful or you failed. So let's just agree at the outset that the Department of Labor failed in this regard. Now, they have their reasons and they have their explanations, much of which I agree with, which is what I said at the very outset when I asked for the unfavorable. And that is that this was a
I'm just suggesting we have to look at the entire bill before we make that determination. I don't disagree with you that some of the, how many calls they get and whatever, and we'll get the report. But there are some additional things here that I do think is a policy perspective.
Yeah, so.
When they talk about establishing procedures, not about, how many phone calls they get or whatever else, but let me find one.
Well,
and the healthcare thing is the other.
Yeah.
That's in this bill that I do think is important. So I think, again, you can press your motion and that's absolutely, you're right. I'm just suggesting that there's a little more to the bill than just the nitpicking things we have reviewed so far.
So,
well, I mean, I can withdraw my motion and please point me to the things that you see are priorities. So I feel like I'm.
Okay. All right.
So,
I got it up on my other screen, so I'll see.
So let me, before Delegate Rogers, let me just say this. I think we should go through the bill because I do think that there are things in the bill that are very important. But let me just say about the issue about customer service. I agree with you about we shouldn't have to do this with the customer service. But frankly, we are so frustrated. The committee was so frustrated by not getting any answers that we felt like we had to do something. So, even in your business, in my business, if an employee's not doing something, I put them on a plan of action. It says, you got to do this, 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 and this. And that's what this is. And they failed at customer service. If they were doing these things, they should have just told us, but they didn't. They were silent on it. And we had meeting after meeting after meeting. If they would have just said, here are the things that we're doing, we want to work together. But we didn't get that feeling. And I'm sorry that it's my frustration coming through, and I apologize, the hour's late, but I would like to go through the bill because I do believe that there are good things in the bill. And like I said, the caller ID, well, we can't do it. Well, why can't you do it? Well, we're having this discussion now. We should have been having this discussion 6 months ago, or even 2 months ago when we introduced the bills, but we're not. So I apologize.
Mr. Chairman, you don't need to apologize.
I'm just frustrated by this.
Every bill that we've passed out of subcommittee up to this point has been good policy that is agnostic and also very much responsive to the things that we're trying to do. This particular bill, and again, not of any fault to Charkoudian, what we're left with is a bill that feels as angry as your position. I don't disagree or frankly walk away from the idea that there's a lot of criticism that needs to be laid, but I don't think we need to put that in statute, right? The work clauses, but let me just stop. I'm withdrawing the unfavorable. If you can show me where good parts of this bill are, let's get to it. Yeah.
Delegate, we can go through parts of the bill, and if you have problems, feel free to voice your opinion. Let us know. And we'll have Laura do that, but we do have a couple of more questions, and Delegate Rogers has been patiently waiting. So Delegate, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I guess I'm just really going to echo some of the things that you've said, as well as some of the things that the Vice Chair has pointed out. I mean, I start off my remarks by saying, really thanking Department of Labor for some of their efforts. But as the good delegate from the Eastern Shore mentioned, and I've been a manager all my life, folks check what they do, what you check, and they check what's there for them to see that they need to do. So basically what this is a plan of action. And I've heard, my good friend and colleague from Queen Anne County talk about, we need to have action. We need to have an action plan. We need to know what it is they're supposed to do. This does that. I've heard my good colleague and friend from Hartford County talk about fraud. This has provisions in there for checking to make sure that those things get done. This actually codifies all the things that we've been talking about that doesn't or hasn't happened. And so this is just putting it in writing. And that's not a bad thing. That gives, as the chair said, a plan of action of things for them to do. And as has stated, and again, we can go through it line by line. And ultimately, if we have to take it back to, the committee, we can do that too. But it's here. It's here. And I agree. So maybe some of the whereases in the preamble might be long, but the essence of what needs to be done is addressed in this bill in each area. So I'm going to stop because I know there's some other folks that want to, comment. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for that opportunity.
You're welcome, Delegate. Delegate Impalaria.
Yeah, just because the bill was moved unfavorable doesn't mean that the position of the bill doesn't have its proper positions, that it's not taken. We're not saying the bill was taken the wrong positions. My feeling is that, and we've done in the past, I've been on this committee for 18 years. We draft a letter with these points in it, and we vote and we send it over to the committee to deal with it. We send it over to the department to deal with. So when that committee gets together to figure out how that they're going to study to fix this, because we've already passed that, we've already voted for that piece of legislation. They received this as a letter. We get rid of the whereases. Look, I'm just as angry as Delegate Carey and the rest of you. I agree, we should have been here a long time ago working on this. We weren't invited. That's not our fault. So my feeling is, why go through the time to pass this as a piece of legislation when it really isn't? Well, it should be is a letter of direction that we vote on as a committee, and we send it over not only to the department, but on the task force that's going to study where the problems were. And we're saying, we want you to focus. Because when we were talking about that task force and I was worried about fraud, they said, well, Delegate, it's kind of in there. It's kind of in there. And I accepted that. You know, I could have sat down and said, I want it to be A, B, C, D, E on fraud. But I accepted the fact that they said they're going to study it and they're going to look at that. And I spoke with Andrew, and Andrew explained to me, it's a big problem. And he knows it's a big problem. And I know it's a big problem. Look, we're not going over to China and Russia and Africa and catching the guys who are doing this. There's no doubt about that. They have to figure out how they put the roadblocks up so they can't get in. And that is part of the problem with this system. Didn't have those roadblocks in it. I support this as a letter. I do not support it as legislation. And I don't think there's a need for us to spend another 4 hours going over it when we kind of all agree that these are good points. The question is, do we agree? Is this should be legislation or should this be a letter? So I would make a second motion that we recommend to the committee, we take the high points of this and we turn it into a letter and draft it into a letter and send it to the department and to the study group. And that's how I think it should be done. And that's my feeling on it.
What I would like to do, Delegate, if you will indulge us for a minute, I do think there are really some good things in this bill. And we probably aren't going to agree on those things either. But I would really like Laura to take us through the bills or the bill. Then we can decide at that point. But there are other things in the bill that I think, like I said, I think are good. I think some of the other members maybe think they're good, but I think that we need to talk about those other things and just not dismiss the whole bill out of hand. So I would ask that we just proceed through and then we can make some decisions. And I see that Delegate Arentz has his hand up.
Mr. Chairman, I just want one small bite. This is what's really bothering me the whole day. If for 1 minute we as a committee think that there aren't policies and procedures in the Department of Labor, we have a far bigger problem right now than any of us think, because we have been giving out unemployment for decades and decades and decades. I assure you that every department has policies and procedures and that they should be in effect. And I'm sure they address customer service. I'm sure they address fraud. I'm sure they address everything, because nothing we're finding other than.
I'm sorry, Delegate, we lost. Go ahead.
Pandemic and an overload is any different than what no one's communicating. Here is communication. These departments are shocked that we don't know exactly where they're at and why are not being enforced and they're not being adhered to, because I can promise you they have customer service policies. This department has handled this stuff far too long to not have them.
And Delegate, I agree with you, but again,
No, because when I'm on Zoom, it doesn't.
I feel.
All right, can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
Skip the first half of the bill. That's all about answering phones and all of that stuff. Start where you see on the screen now.
The MBE.
Number 7, on or before July 1, 2021, and each July thereafter, contract with an external, this is an amendment piece, contact with an external customer service quality expert. to measure the following. That's sort of, again, something that as a legislature, I think is appropriate for us to do. Laura, can you keep scrolling down?
Sure.
Have that as the amendment. Whatever. So this lays out what that evaluation would require. I think that, if we set aside all of the customer service stuff that was 1 through 6 or whatever, asking them to sort of measure how things are going, I think that's a fair amendment. Number 8, ensure that the application for unemployment insurance benefits explicitly and conveniently provides applicants paper check, direct deposit, and state issue or the state issued debit card. They're doing that now, or at least that's my understanding. So I don't, I would probably tend to agree with you all that maybe we don't have to be that explicit. That's kind of within their operation. 9, establish systems and processes and procedures that enable an applicant to track the status of a claim, and at a minimum include. That's not necessarily a bad thing to suggest that, this is what the process that should be in place. And I'm going to go quickly just because I know everybody's getting a little tired. So that was 9, right?
Yep.
All right, 10, establish that an overpayment notice sent to a claimant includes the cause of the overpayment and whatever. I could probably argue on that as to whether that's specificity, but again, it's a process. Now we're not talking about service and how you handle your phones. Now we are talking about provided if in fact, and how an appeal would be handled in the event of you receiving an overpayment. That's probably not a bad thing. Laura, if you can keep scrolling. 11, establish and maintain a plan to, this is where, and again, I could argue both ways, and I think Delegate Carey might not be happy with me, but, this is something that I think probably is more of a number 10 is more a management piece, or 11 about when you fill open positions. I don't know that that's absolutely critical. That was 11. 12, establish and maintain a plan for ongoing investment in technology. I can argue both ways on that.
I would say that's important. I mean, I could argue.
Yeah. Yeah,
because
I agree. So
I don't wanna
12,
get
I would recommend 12. 13, establish standards for the timely processing of claims, under which 92% of claims are completed in 21 days, 97 are completed within 8 weeks. Setting goals, we do that all the time. 14, establish a single point of contact within the department to oversee and prioritize the resolution of claims that have not been completed within 8 weeks. I haven't heard that they have that in place. And it is not unusual in a department to establish an ombudsman position, so to speak, to address those kinds of claims.
Right.
15, track the percentage of laid off workers who file unemployment insurance benefits, establish a goal for an unemployment efficiency, or whatever. That might be covered, be honest, in some of the reporting that we've already sort of suggested. And if not, we could certainly sort of ask the question in the reporting bill, how is that?
Yep.
B, on September, whatever department shall begin implementing a system through which a claimant may consent as part of any weekly claim certification to the sharing of relevant collected information by the department with the department. This is the health insurance piece. And
This is important.
that I think is very important and critical.
Me too. I agree.
Is setting up the ability, basically, I think it's B, 1, 2, and 3, setting up the ability of somebody to basically get into the health exchange, even if it's not, quote, open season, for lack of a better. And I think that's the remainder of the bill, other than what does C do? On December 1 each year, department shall report to the Joint Committee on Unemployment Insurance Oversight. Okay. That about what the implementation of the health section. Okay. Then what's this next section do? Lauren, I'm probably not as smart with the rest of this. If you want to talk about this piece.
This section is the waiver of benefit charges. So the
Oh, that's right.
subcommittee has discussed Delegate Weibel's standalone bill that touches on it, and it also relates to the Relief Act that was already passed. So I don't know if it's sort of a complex analysis to walk through how this layers on top of the Relief Act. But if there's a desire to kind of go beyond what is provided for under the Relief Act, there are some employers that would benefit from the provision of this bill on top of what was the relief under the Relief Act. But that's what this provision is.
Okay.
This provision basically gives employers a perfect rating record during the pandemic. It's more broad than shut down. It does basically, it's a similar thing as a census scale, right? So this one is basically perfect rating record during the pandemic.
Price is $1,000.
Basically what happens.
So that's business friendly. Is that correct? I'm not being facetious. Look at it. I'm just trying to.
It reduces employer ratings. So you're more likely to use the rating period now as opposed to the pre-pandemic period, which is under the Relief Act. That's typically what would happen. Right now, right now is worse. Pre-pandemic was better, right? For employer experience, typically. If you wipe out employer experience during COVID-19, then that period is more likely to be better. So it reduces employer taxes, basically.
That's what my point is. And then the very last section of the bill, we've already spent a great deal of time discussing, and that is where this would make what we did in, I forget what the bill number was, permanent, moving the subtracting just from 50 to 300. I think I know where we all are on that, and that's okay. But that's the reason I'm saying, don't just throw it out. There's things in here that will help people, including employers, that we shouldn't just discount.
Right.
There are some messages I think we can send.
I was just going to
pieces that I said.
I was just going to say to step back, and I should have probably prefaced, because I should have known we would get caught up going through this customer service part of the bill. But so the bill has maybe 4 components. It has the customer service parts of it. It has the income disregard. It has the experience rating part for employers. And then it has the study. I think those are the 4 parts of the bill.
And the health thing.
And the health. So there's 5. The link to the health benefit exchange. So claimants, people who are unemployed, there would be some kind of a link that they could opt in to have their information shared with the Maryland Health Benefit Exchange. And then the Health Benefit Exchange would be required to sort of reach out to those individuals who consented to have their information shared, to let the claimant know what health insurance products they would have available to them on the individual market. So those are there's 5 elements of the bill. So the subcommittee has passed something dealing with the income disregard and the study, and has voted on Delegate Weibel's bill about experience rating. Those are 3 components of the bill, but the health insurance piece, and what's the other piece? The customer service. So really the health insurance link and the customer service are the 2 that the subcommittee hasn't really directly addressed.
So let's talk about, well, first of all, I see that Delegate Adams and then Delegate Rogers had questions. Let's answer those questions first. Delegate Adams.
So, I have a couple of reprints here. Is this just by point of conversation, that there's something different about this that we didn't have the last time around, but there's some additions to the bill.
This reprint I sent out, let's see. This reprint I sent out before the last meeting. I sent it out before the last meeting, so not before this meeting. Do you want, I can.
No, I have it here.
Okay. So this was included in the sort of materials for the meeting yesterday. It's not new from yesterday. We just didn't get to it.
So I had printed out from the first meeting, and so there's been some changes between then and now.
Yes, so Delegate Charkoudian had one set of amendments that we had in the initial packet, and this is a subsequent amendment that makes some changes to the customer service aspects of the bill, and then also kind of enhances the health insurance enrollment piece of the bill, among some other changes.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Delegate Rogers, you had a question?
Oh, you're on mute, Delegate Rogers.
One day I'm gonna figure it out. I need Delegate Adams to help me with that. You know, he lost his button. I can't seem to make mine turn on. So, but in any event, I know we've been at this a long time. I think some of the provisions that, we just walked through are very helpful. I know there are probably even a couple things that we didn't even cover, like some of the changes to resolution rates and the standards. And I do like some of the other metrics that were added to this particular bill. So having said all that, and I know we can certainly discuss it more, but I'm going to go ahead and move favorable on the bill.
Well, there are two set of amendments, and actually there's 3 amendments. You would have the 2 from the sponsor potentially, and then there's a third amendment that strikes the study from the bill, because you've incorporated the study aspects of her bill into House Bill 907. And then there may potentially also be changes if you wanted to take out the income disregard provision, for example, because you passed House Bill 1139. And then the waiver of benefit charges provision, you voted down Delegate Weibel's bill. I don't know if the subcommittee feels differently about the way it's presented in this bill, but you may need sort of another amendment to kind of.
Again, with this amendment, I thought that the CARES Act, the Relief Act took care of this.
Let me scroll back down. You're talking about the experience rating piece?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yes. So Steve may be able to provide, I guess he already kind of spoke on it, but there are some employers that would benefit from the provision in this bill. Steve, can you give us a kind of a scope of what the cost would be? I know that was incredibly difficult for you to cost out.
Labor. Let me see if Department of Labor gave me something on this particular one or not, because this one was. I will say that this is basically it's much more permissive, or much more. This is the stronger of the 2 policies. I know they look similar at first glance, but this one does much more.
So this would actually be more expensive than the permanent change under Delegate Weibel's bill?
Yes, because in the short term, because it's a rather than being shut down in the state of emergency, it's just during the state of emergency. So it's a different scope of employer experience not being charged, right?
Even layering it on top of the Relief Act?
Well, again, the Relief Act doesn't, if there's no bill that passes under the Relief Act, you pick the rating.
Better of the 2.
But the Relief Act does not contemplate us passing a bill that changes the game and makes the current period even cheaper, basically. Like, that's what would happen. No bill passes. Most people are going pre-pandemic period. We pass a bill that says, hey, there's no history during the pandemic period. Then even under the Relief Act, that's where we're going for more employers. And even if you can't beat better than no employment, no unemployment history, basically. So I don't have a number. I don't see it in my fiscal note. If they'd given me one, I believe I would have included it.
Maybe the department, I mean, I know they have some program staff on the call just to help the subcommittee understand the scope of what this would do in terms of cost.
We've provided several, I think, estimates. I know that I haven't seen this amended version. I'm trying to.
The amendments that Delegate Charkoudian has offered don't touch this part of the bill.
I'm gonna go back and look through I'm gonna look at my notes. If I see something, I will say something back.
So it looks like there's general fund impact of at least $280,000 across fiscal 2021 and fiscal 2022 for administrative costs.
So is that
But in terms of
148?
impact to the trust fund, okay, the fiscal note, page 5 says various programming costs. Here. And I don't see a specific dollar amount in that part of the fiscal note. A precise estimate of the revenue loss attributable to this provision cannot be determined at this time. Okay, but your sense is, Steve, that this is still more costly than like the 12.9 million revenue loss under Delegate Weibel's bill?
I believe that to be the case. I'm gonna double check. It's been a long day.
Laura, I believe in the letter we provided, we did run a scenario where I think the estimate was, under the way the bill was originally written, an impact with this waiver of around 32 million.
Okay, let me look through.
You'd see that under the 8-611K 1, 3, and 4 part.
Okay.
I'm seeing that, Andrew, and that was also, that's a early end to the state of emergency. Like the longer the state of emergency goes, the bigger effect this has and the longer tail it has. That might have been why I didn't include it at the time. But okay, it would stretch it out over a couple of years, right? Basically what happened.
Okay.
Which is going to affect the health of the fund
Yeah.
overall.
Yeah. I got roughly 30 million over 3 years. That's what I'm seeing.
But under the CARES Act, we have provided, that was a big piece of the CARES Act, some of the relief to employers in the rate, in how they're rating.
The Relief Act.
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
Relief Act got most of the way for most employers. Like a
Okay.
big piece was taken care of writ large by going back in time, basically for most employers, and generally skipping the pandemic claims, right? Their
Okay.
pandemic history might not be perfect, but by and large, it's pretty good. And if they happen to be better during the pandemic, well, then they get that rate instead. That's kind of how it works. Broad-based relief is not perfect for everyone, but
All right.
yeah.
So if I can't make motions, but should the committee consider striking this section since it's covered by the CARES Act?
Vice Chair or Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Yes.
I would take the advice of the Vice Chair and strike that part of the bill as a motion.
Yeah, and frankly, yes. Okay, there's a motion to amend this out of the bill. Is there?
Yes.
Somebody needs to second.
There's a second from Delegate Impalaria. Okay. Again, it's late. I feel like this has been covered, that we've covered this. So, I'm in agreement with this amendment. This is for, wait a minute, let me make sure we're doing the charge of benefits, right, Laura? Waiver of the charge of benefits.
Yes,
Yeah.
so you'd be,
We'd strike the
Moving
sentence at the beginning of
changes.
line 4, right?
Yeah, I think, yeah. So, yeah, I believe that we've covered this, so we don't need this in this bill.
I'm okay with that.
All right, so then you need a vote on the amendment.
So it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor with Delegate Adams' amendment, raise your hand. So we've got, and I see that we've got Delegate Jackson too. So, okay, that's 6-0. Okay.
All right, now here's my next suggestion. Go down. We're gonna start from the bottom of the bill and
And
work
go up.
down. All right, this section,
This is income disregard.
which we had long discussion about. So
Yes,
question is whether someone has a proposed amendment on that section.
and actually, remember, we've got the bill that takes us through the pandemic, and we are going to study this as part of the reform bill.
There you go.
Yeah, my motion is to remove that section of the bill.
Second.
Okay. Any other discussion on that? Seeing none, all those in favor, raise your hand.
All right, then let's go down to the very end, just so we're clear. Laura already pointed out the piece that's underlined, section 2, which really just picks up a piece that we're going to study instead of the detailed comprehensive funded for about call center. That's just now a study. And then is
A
the
report, yeah.
what's been, Laura, the rest, section 3, is that what's been moved into 906?
This is the study part of the bill. So I sent an amendment out that it's not reflected in this reprint, but it would strike the study from the bill.
Okay, because we put that in 907, and that brings us to the very end, I think.
Okay.
Yes.
Why am I-
Okay. So now if we go back up above to whatever is right before, keep going up.
Well, do you want to vote on this?
Oh, we have to vote on that amendment. Yes, I'm sorry.
So we have the amendment that would strike it would strike all of those parts of the study bill that actually put them into 907. Is there a motion to strike that part of the bill?
Move to strike.
Is there a second? I'll second. So those in favor to strike that part of the bill, raise your hand. Okay.
I would have liked to put the part back in about gigs, though. We should.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, my God.
There's no going back. It's gone.
Mr. Chairman?
Cardinal, yes, sir.
Okay. Laura, could you go back up to the very top of the bill?
Yes, well, and actually, before we do, the
there's
amendment
another.
actually adds another provision here. So if I may, section 4 says on or before June 1st of this year, the department would be required to identify changes in federal regulations and guidance that would expand access to benefits or reduce bureaucratic hurdles to prompt approval of unemployment benefits. And then on or before July 1st of this year, the department would have to revise their rules and practices to encompass any such changes.
Okay.
And we should remove that,
Well,
because I think that's what they already do. I mean, that's what they're supposed to already be doing. So I'm making a motion that we remove that.
wait,
Whoa.
hold on a minute. I'm reading through it.
I mean, I think those two pieces are fine.
Me too.
I agree.
So
But there's a motion on the floor that was moved and seconded
There hadn't been a
on
second.
whether that's getting stricken.
It wasn't seconded, Madam Vice Chair.
There was
I'm
no
sorry, it
second.
wasn't seconded. Okay.
all right, so motion dies. So
So now you have to have a motion to keep it, however, because it is new language.
I move that we keep it.
Second.
okay. All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Okay.
And obviously the last piece was there. It just makes it an emergency bill and whatever. Okay. Now maybe it does make sense, as Delegate Adams suggested, we go back to the top.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make an amendment, and I need the Vice Chair's support on what this amendment look like, but 8-1.
Vice Chair that has no vote, but that's,
Well,
I'm
I mean,
teasing. I'm happy to help. I'm happy to help.
After I got off my soapbox, you picked up somewhere, I thought it was number 12.
Yeah,
So could we-
7. I started at 7, I think.
We did skip a few. We skipped 4.
We skipped some of those. I
5.
just figured we'll get back to them in a minute. But it was number 7 is where I started. And I do think number 12 was one I liked, but maybe that's the way to do it. We need to go through from 7 down and you all vote on whether you like it or you don't.
Well, could I make an amendment to strike 8-109A 1 through 6?
What does that do?
That's the call.
That's all the telephone stuff. And keep in mind, and God forbid I agree with something Delegate Impalaria said. I'm kidding. But I do think these were probably the things that frustrated us the most. And this would certainly be something that would be an appropriate thing to put into a direct letter and asking them to report back to us. Not just we want you to do these things, we want to report back on how these things are going and, ensure that they are done.
Madam Vice Chair, that's why I think we need to keep it in there.
And that's, again, you all have to have that conversation. I'll be quiet.
Yeah, I mean, and we can talk about that. And I see that Delegate Impalaria, you have a question or a comment.
I'm good. No.
Oh, I thought Delegate Adams. See, again, after I got off my soapbox and it looks like my blood pressure now is back down to about 80 beats per minute. I think that, again, my frustration with all of this is that I think we should keep it in. But what I would like to do is, I would like to bring this to the whole committee and have it debated. I mean, there may be more of us out there that think this. I'm just so frustrated by this that, and I know that the vice chair, she's like, well, and I'm like, you're right. But I'm just, we shouldn't be here doing this now. We should have been doing this months ago and we're not. So it's like, again, I go back to my plan of action, but I mean,
it's, you can sort of say, we're going to talk about this section with the whole,
I'll tell you,
which is what, 1 through 6 or something.
Yeah, there's like 15 items, I think, actually.
Oh, but it's 1 through 6 that is really the phone stuff.
Right. I agree with you, Mr. Chair.
I mean, it just drives me crazy that we can't do that. And health is doing it. And I know that they're trying to do it. But again, I felt like we got stonewalled through the whole thing.
But keep in mind that it was a nightmare for everybody.
Oh, no.
On one end, but at the same time, they were putting out fires every day, and we just happened to be a fire they didn't respond to. And I'm not suggesting that was right.
No, and I agree with you, Madam Vice Chair. I'm not suggesting it was right or wrong, but it would have been nice when we had these meetings if they just alerted us, said, hey, we're having problems with, we're explaining.
I know.
They said we're having issues with that. We could have then, oh, okay. Well, what can we do to help? Anything, and it's communication. So,
but the question, I guess,
do we keep it or not?
Were you suggesting that you were getting rid of 1 through 6? I don't remember.
Me?
Mr. Chairman, 5 years down the road, which will happen a lot sooner than you and I are going to care to, we're going to look back at this debate. This is one of the most memorable subcommittee meetings that I've sat in 7 years. And I'm only asking, and now that we've read the whole bill, and obviously things have been added that are substantive and I can support, but
okay,
5 years down the road, there are parts of this bill that I think will show some age, whereas there are other things that we do that are enduring, dramatic and important for the times that the legislature's in when it comes to unemployment insurance. I don't think I'm wrong when I say that this front section of the bill, we can salvage a handful of these points of direction, and they would feel better in being in a whereas clause or a letter. I'm saying this with a cooler demeanor as well, but I'm saying that just think about what we're putting in law that 5 years down the road, you're going to look back at it and say, did this really need to be put in law? And that's all. And that's open for debate. But
I understand. I mean, I get where you're coming from, but, and Laura, I see Delegate Impalaria has a question and I can hold off, but if you
Yeah.
to the top.
You know, and like my problem with this is, once again, we're going to hire someone to find out what went wrong. If I had my way, we would force the company who supplied the software and the programming, they need to hire somebody what went wrong.
Yeah.
Yes, the department made mistakes, but someone handed them this ammunition and said, this is what you have to use. This is almost like World War II when the submariners were given torpedoes that wouldn't shoot straight. And now we want to execute the captains of the submarines because the torpedoes wouldn't shoot straight. You know, there's nothing that department could do other than what that program allowed them to do. So a lot of this really shouldn't be directed or the cost to the taxpayers. It should be the cost to those people who developed that program. And maybe the simple answer was that isn't a program that we sold to the state. No one expected this. And this program's absolutely no good and isn't capable of dealing with those problems.
Well,
that's my problem with all. Once again, the taxpayers are hiring someone to promote, to look over, you know, I don't think they hire anybody. We know what the problem is. It says it right here. We're just speaking about it.
Exactly. So let me just say this before to me, you know, number one, secure equal access for individuals. I think that's important. I think that needs to stay. If we want to take out 2 through 6, then can you scroll down, Laura? Then, you know.
But Mr. Chairman,
2
I mean,
through 5.
in Department of Labor's document, they start right off by giving probably 300 or 400 word description of how they already do that.
Again,
I did far too much homework on this. I'm just.
Yeah, you did. That's good.
I understand that, but to me, that's important. I believe that that's important. And would I look back on that in 5 years and say that that's a bad thing? I would say no. So, I mean, I would say, I would like to keep 1. And if we want to take out 2 through 5, I'm okay. And write a letter and do it that way, I'm okay with that.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Delegate.
I appreciate it, but I think what Delegate Adams just said, they already say they do it. So we're going to tell them to do it again. And it's still not going to happen. I think it's great, but they claim they do it. We're telling them to do it. So I don't know how we get past that, even if we tell them to. And I appreciate what you're saying, because I think people should be doing something. But as I've said before, there are policies and procedures in every department in this state on how your business should be conducted. And I would think that these questions should have been answered a long time ago by them, and we should have verifiable answers. And in fact, they actually answered it, but we just don't believe them and we don't want to trust them, is what we're saying by putting this in writing. So, but we can do it. I'm ready.
I mean, I just see it, again, I think that it's important about equal access.
So your motion is to keep number 1 and delete 2 through 5.
5, yep,
And then we'll talk about 6.
yep,
Is there a second?
Second.
okay.
And
Okay,
then you have to
Do you all
just
want to
vote
vote
them.
on the, do you want
any
to vote
other
on that?
discussion on the amendment? Delegate Impalaria.
No, I'm voting. That's
Oh, okay.
I'm voting.
So no more, God, come on, Ned, it's late. So on the amendment, all those in favor, raise your hand.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, motion carries. Okay, Laura.
So we're removing 2 through 5,
Correct.
correct? Okay.
All right, now let's look at 6.
Establish procedures that, I'm reading for Delegate Aaron's because he's driving. Establish procedures that require an individual who has filed an initial claim for benefits to be provided with a status update on the claim by department staff or contractors through telephone or email at least once every 3 weeks until the initial benefits are paid or the initial claim is denied, whichever occurs first.
So I guess for this one, from my perspective, this is one of those things that, you know, you're tracking a package, you know, you're just being updated so that you know what's going on. And that's what happened with a lot of the people was they didn't know what was going on. They kind of went into this abyss and then it was whenever. So, you know, I'm assuming that Salesforce or whatever they use has the ability to do this. And, you know, I think they should either call them, send them an email, just, hey, we've got your claim, we're working on it. Just, so.
The only
So
thing
you want to
I have,
establish that as the standard?
Yes,
I think that's important.
I think it should be. I think the people, you know, again, being updated on where they are.
So your motion is to include number 6.
wait
Yes.
a minute, I got.
So go ahead, Delegate Impellier, you have a question.
Okay, now, I actually like number 6 because it includes the contractor. But I think what it should say, claimed by the department staff and contractors. That way, neither one can blame the other and say, well, he was supposed to do it or I was supposed to do it. They both need to figure out who's going to do it together. And it shouldn't say or, it should say and.
In legislative drafting, and Laura, correct me if I'm wrong, but and, or and are kind of viewed interchangeably. So even though it says or, it does mean and.
So in this case,
In judiciary.
the update would be provided by department staff or the contractor. So I would read that as one or the other in this case, as long as someone would have to be providing an update every 3 weeks. But I did want to draw the subcommittee's attention to, just in looking at the letter from the department, there's another sort of related provision about providing updates through the portal. And so I was just reading through, the department gave a cost estimate on having like a progress bar in the portal. So I'm wondering if there's real-time updates available in the portal, whether you would need that separate requirement.
That's a good point.
Let me ask this question. So if there was a real update in the portal, can it then send me an email and say, you know, I want something in my hand? I mean, I don't know.
And in fairness, the portals are great, but there are people that are not as computer literate as allegedly we all are. So,
That's true.
you know,
But-
that might be a reason for, you know, you could say, or, you know, or access to the portal, or reconfigure 6 to include that portal access could be part of it, but there are going to be people that really need the actual.
Yeah, I think actually it's now item 9. You can see on screen.
Okay, because
Would
But
rec-
in-
Yeah,
frankly-
The system of claim.
to me, frankly, you can never have enough communication. So, you know, I could go on the portal. I still think they should send me an email and say, here's where you are. I mean, it's just that peace of mind. And for, like you said, Madam Vice Chair, for those people who aren't computer savvy, they're getting some sort of notification about where they are. So,
Okay, so you've got the amendment. I don't remember if it was seconded, about keeping number 6.
Second,
yeah, I think Delegate Impellier, yes.
Okay,
We have the amendment to keep number 6. All those seeing no more discussion, all those in favor signify by raising your hand. Okay,
all right, now number 7. This was the one that caught my eye. I'm not suggesting one way or the other, but, you know, talking about directing the department to actually evaluate their customer service quality on an annual basis. And I think that's a pretty typical legislative instruction.
yeah,
My problem is paying for it. Wait, I would love to have that contract and say, oh yeah, they're doing okay. Give me 500,000. I would love
Well,
that.
it's a little more specific about what they're supposed to
Adopt that in the
do.
amendment, the
So,
delegate employer will be the contractor for this.
Let me,
Because-
yeah,
That's my problem with it. It's
let,
just throwing good money to bad. I mean, that's why I'm against it.
okay.
well,
Laura,
well,
can
let-
you scroll down a little more and let me,
Yes.
everybody see sort of the other things they're supposed to figure
So
out?
they would, so the vendor would have to measure the clarity and organization of all public communications, including materials posted on, I think it says the department's website or the mobile app. The achievement of the customer service standards required under the subsection and the department's plan to implement the requirements of the subsection, and any other customer service metrics of the department or the vendor agree are important.
I'm good with that. It's the responsibility of the vendor. I'm good with that.
okay, so that's part of number 7. And overall, I think measuring success or failure is a good thing. And as Madam Vice Chair pointed out, this is something that we put in legislation all the time. So I make a motion that 7 stay, that we keep 7.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Delegate Adams.
can I just say this? You know, most of my comments were addressed toward the call-in center. And if we're going through this exercise to satisfy my frustrations, I would take a step back for a minute and say that some of these I would agree with. I'm not sure that I would go through and affirm every single one of these. It's already in the bill.
Okay,
Right?
so you're okay with 7 through,
Well,
Well-
I'm aware of what's
7
going
is
on
added
right
by
now.
amendment.
And let me
7 was added by an amendment, so we have to do that anyway.
Oh, I see. Okay. So in
Yep.
other words, some of this is not,
Right.
right. Okay, so there
So
was
the motion is to approve the amendment that created 7.
created number 7. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, raise your hand. Okay,
I'm going to be a no. Aaron's is going to be a no on that.
okay,
But you got enough votes, but I'm a no on that.
yep, okay.
Okay, what's next?
So item 8 requires the department to ensure that the application for unemployment insurance benefits explicitly and conveniently provides applicants with 3 options for the payment of benefits: a paper check, direct deposit, or a state issued debit card.
Thing we discussed it, they're already doing that. That doesn't need to be in there. The debit cards are going out, the direct deposit is happening. So
I'd
there's.
like to just make so this was actually in a Senate bill, Senator Rosapep, and so the department got back to me on this very similar language. They have an issue with the state issued description of the debit card, and I believe it's because Bank of America currently issues them.
Yeah.
It got around that in the fiscal note by assuming they didn't establish a state bank to issue debit cards. But the language is potentially problematic in terms of how it's in here now. You may want to just describe it a little more accurately in terms of if you're trying to just mean the debit card we currently do, probably take out the modifier or just tinker a little bit.
Or just say a debit card.
Right.
So I guess if I could, Mr. Chair, just clarify while the department's on the line. It's been so much information to try to keep it all straight. So the department currently has the debit card. The department, something is recently being rolled out. Is it the paper check or the direct deposit or both? Sort of what's the status with those right now?
So we are our contract with Bank of America ended. We're transitioning on to Wells Fargo.
Okay.
And with Wells Fargo, we will be offering direct deposit and manual checks.
Okay. So that is not currently happening, but will be happening in the short term, the paper check and the direct deposit?
Will be happening in the near term. Customers are still receiving their benefits on debit cards.
Okay.
So-
And will they continue to have the option to have a debit card?
Not when we transition over to Wells Fargo. Bank of America has gotten out of the debit card business.
So then that would become obsolete.
Mhm.
if this provision were adopted, the reference to the debit card.
So,
Stay silent on it, leave it out.
so we're gonna have to take it out, is what I'm hearing?
I think it would need to say, if you wanted to proceed with this, like with two options for the payment of benefits, a paper check or direct deposit, based on what the Assistant Secretary is saying.
Okay.
So let me just state, Bank of America is doing it right now. Maybe the reason they've stopped doing it is because of how much fraud, because these credit cards are being taken, these debit cards are being used fraudulently. I think if we put wording in here of how they have to do it, then they're hamstringed to that. You know, and these cyber criminals are so good that the minute we get it, tell them you have to do it this way, that's when they're going to attack it. And then we're stuck. So I think we stay silent on it. The secretary just said they're already doing it. People are already getting their checks. This isn't a problem. People are getting their money. The problem is the frauds are also using it to get their money. I think we stay silent on it and we're at a safer position there.
When you say stay silent on it, I was
Just remove it.
direct deposit or debit card, because the secretary, and I want to clarify this with her, the deputy secretary, and that is, you said we're gonna be doing it in the near future. When is that?
We're in the transition phase now.
Yeah, and I've read about it. They have to do it because they can't, Bank of America stopped its
Right.
card process. And so they're going to go to Wells Fargo, and this is absolutely going to happen. It's the only way that, you know, the state's going to be making payments.
So if we mandate.
Department of Labor anyway.
Too, I'm going to hear back from the Department of Labor that that's an additional cost. I'm pretty sure I can say that, right? Because this requires offering 3 and we're moving to offering 2. Secretary Freeman, do I have that right?
Any one of these implementation would have cost associated with it. And the state issued debit card, which is what the Bank of America had, that we're no longer with that bank, would require a whole lot of procurement to try to find someone else, another bank.
Yeah.
That is
Right.
a big cost associated with it.
They're making the payments in some form or fashion. The Department of
Right.
Labor is going to make payments, and they've made a decision that the best way to do it is probably a paper check or direct deposit.
Mhm.
Question is whether we need to have section or number 8 in the bill.
I say no. I think we remove it because, you know, 3 months from now, they might not be able to do any of this. They might have to change something else to protect themselves from additional fraud, because that's one of my big problems is the fraud. So I think we just stay silent. They're doing what they have to do. They're going to
Right,
change.
so Delegate Carey, the question is there a motion regarding number 8? And then we would have to adopt the amendment that has his stricken number 9.
So wait a minute. So on number 8, just want to make sure. So it just needs to be clear. So do I get to pick now? Do I make a pick between that?
If you leave 8 in, at some point, I guess you'll have to decide. And it'd be people that don't have bank accounts and they're going to have to get a paper check. People
that
that
was-
have, just like with the IRS, if you've got a bank account and you list it on your tax return, you get a direct deposit. If you don't have a bank account, or for whatever other reason, you want a paper check, you request it. But I do think the department has to do this. They're making the payment.
Yeah, but I just want to make sure that people have the appropriate mechanism to do it. That's my concern about it. You know, what we've heard is it's really difficult for people to pick now. That's my concern about taking this out. I mean,
It's difficult to, what? I'm sorry.
it's
To
difficult.
make the election of how to receive
Yeah.
their benefits. So
Yes.
that was something I just wanted to clarify with the Assistant Secretary. Will, under the new system, will a claimant have a choice, like when they're, I guess, applying to say, I'd like a paper check or I'd like a direct deposit and here's my bank information?
Yes, there will be a whole election process, and they will tell us how they want to be paid, what payment method they would like to receive their benefits.
Okay.
So what
And
do
that will be for the existing claimants, some kind of notification through the Beacon portal?
Correct.
Okay.
So if this is in there or it's not in there, they're still going to get their payments no matter what, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
There and it's narrow and you need to change it. You find out for some reason or other, you can't do it this way anymore. You're
Can-
kind of stuck with that,
okay.
correct?
Mhm.
So that's my point.
So,
And they've had to move it. They've had to change it. They're already doing it and they've had to change it. So now we're putting in something that they've already had to change. So they wouldn't be able to change it. That would create a bigger problem. Then it would be our fault.
and I guess my concern is you're having to change it, but I continue to hear, we're going to do it. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. And it's like, when are we going to do it? So, I mean, let me, first of all, let me hear from Delegate Rogers. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Delegate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just kind of curious. It was mentioned earlier about the Senate language, and did the Senate language leave it in?
That was Steve.
Yes, so that bill is, I think it just had a hearing. I wrote the fiscal note last week. Let me pull up the bill page real quick.
And I guess
Just was, yeah, it's still there. It was basically a first reader version.
well, then I would keep it in ours, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, just had a hearing on the second and no action since then.
All right. So here's another suggestion. If we are worried about sort of tying the department's hands,
Yep.
leave 8 and have it just read, ensure that the application for unemployment insurance benefits explicitly and conveniently provides applicants with, the ability to select an option for payment.
Fine, that's fine.
That's fine.
That way we're not binding their hands and whatever system we're putting in, but we're protecting the claimants that they have to have. And Laura, I said that, I don't know if you caught it.
That's
With the ability to select an option for payment.
Yes.
I'm good with that.
I'm okay with that. I like that.
Okay.
Just to be clear, so currently, this is for the Assistant Secretary, currently claimants don't have a choice. Is that correct? They were just getting the debit card?
We do paper checks.
So this is not new in the sense that this would be saying that they could choose how they want to receive their payment?
It's not new.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. So then I think
That
you have
works.
to move
So
8
let's
as
move-
amended.
Yeah, let's move 8 as amendment per the Vice Chairman's amendment. Is there a motion
Second,
on that amendment? Set.
So move.
And then Delegate Impelleri, you have a second?
yeah, second.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor of the amendment, raise your hand.
Say aye. Can't see me.
Okay, great. We can hear you though, Delegate, so we got you. Okay, let's go on.
So the
So-
amendment strikes what's in item 9 and instead does ensure that an applicant is informed of the availability to automatically transfer funds into a personal checking account and provide a mechanism to make the request. That's being removed in the amendment.
Correct.
So do you want to entertain a motion on having that removed? Delegate
I make a
Karen?
motion to remove, what is it, number 9 and 10?
A number, what
Just
has
number
that
nine.
number 9?
Number 9,
What was number 9? Yeah.
right.
Stricken language. Yeah.
Yep. So is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, motion carries.
I'm good.
Okay. Number 10, or I guess the new number.
The new 9.
New 9, we touched on it a little bit earlier. It requires the department to establish systems, processes, and procedures that enable an applicant to track the status of a claim, and at a minimum includes the anticipated timeline for resolution of a particular claim, and written notice of adverse department action that is delivered to the claimant electronically and by mail to the claimant's last provided mailing address, and states the claimant's right to an appeal, that an appeal must be made within 30 days after the date of the notice, and that the appeal may be made in writing, electronically, or by mail.
And those are all, that's a process and procedure that I think is perfectly
Yeah.
appropriate to be in statute.
I think,
Are they-
it's okay. So we're okay with that.
If I could, I don't want to slow things down. I just want to ask the department, in case this comes up later on the floor in committee, what notices is the department currently providing in terms of sort of letting claimants know where their claim is in process when there's been an adverse determination and the appeal rights?
Hi, Laura. We send several notices out. We send, once upon the filing of initial application, they get an explanation of the process and what to expect. Whenever there's an issue detected or determination made, they get determination notices with appeal rights on it.
Okay.
Notices of when their debit card is going to be mailed and what to do and who to contact. They have, we have a benefits right information booklet with all sorts of information about different aspects of the process and what to expect, all different topics. We have FAQs, we have the website, you know, as well as the call center. We have a virtual agent, live chats, and all of that to get information. But we send out all sorts of notices. So if we detect something wrong with their claim, if we need some clarity on it, we send a notice to say, we need the following information. We notice you, for example, we notice you have 3 dependents. We send them a notice. We need you to give us the name, social security numbers, dates. We send notices all throughout the claims processing process. But anytime there's a decision made on an issue or on their claim in terms of eligibility, we by law have to give them a determination that carries with it appeal rights.
So they would already be getting the adverse determination notice of that?
Mm-hmm.
And would that be within, let's see, is there anything new that this would be adding beyond that the department's not currently doing? Like it's providing says electronically and in hard copy by mail. Just wondering if there's anything here that would be new or beyond what you're already doing.
So the delivery methods, you know, we have in statute where the customer elects how they want us to communicate with them, to send all sorts of notices. So right now they can say, I want snail mail. I want you to communicate with me electronically through my portal or through text, or so they have the option, and whatever option they select is how we deliver all of these different notices. So the claimant's right to appeal, that's generic. I mean, that's basic to UI. That's in 5A, 8-5. The claimant's appeal must be made within 30 days of the date of notice. The appeal right delays are in those appeal right notices in accordance with the current statute. So you'd have to double check if it's 30 days to appeal. I want to say it's 15 on certain things.
Okay.
Yes, you got to look in 8-5. The appeal may be made in writing or electronically. Yeah, that's already covered. Ensure that an overpayment notice is sent. That's done. We do that. We have to do that by.
Well, if it's already covered, it doesn't have to be
This
here.
is how we run our business.
Okay. If it's already done, I don't know if we have to have it here.
All of it's like 8-508. It tells us
Okay.
the notice.
All right.
And
I
when
make a
any
motion-
determination that's made, a determination is decision in UI parlance, could be on the employer side with regard to their status, their liability. Anytime a determination is made, you must by law attach appeal rights to it.
Okay, well, that's true. You're right. In separate cases. Okay.
Mhm.
If it's not necessary, do we need to have 9 and 10 in here?
Well, I guess
Then I leave it up to you.
yeah, the question that I have is that if you don't have it, I mean,
But we do have it. It's just in a different section.
oh.
The
different sec-
department's already required to do all of these things in a different section is what Deputy Secretary Freeman just said. And I can't imagine that that's not the case.
I guess then why are people having such a hard time doing that? I mean, getting it.
Because the department was overwhelmed.
Okay.
It sounds like the assistant secretary is saying the difference here is the delivery method required, because currently it sounded like the claimant makes an election about how they want to be notified. And this is saying it would have to be delivered electronically and by mail. And then she was also saying we need to double check the appeals period may be different depending on what you'd
the
be
adverse action
appealing.
was, right.
So we want to make sure that that's not inconsistent. She
inconsistent.
mentioned some may have a 15-day appeal period. So just want to make sure.
Okay.
Before
So,
decision, before determination is final, you have to let the appeal delay run. And it's typically 15 days for an eligibility determination.
you see, and it's usually the administrative process procedures that are in all of the different department
Yeah.
are usually very, very specific.
Mhm.
And I would be very concerned about doing this and running afoul or being inconsistent. So I mean, you either need to table the discussion on this and let Laura make sure it's consistent, or if it's duplicative, we just don't need it.
Okay, let's do that. I would rather table this because I'm feeling like we should keep it. But again, I don't want to, have one thing say something here and something different somewhere else. So you can double check this.
And I think that is for number 9. The question is number 10, where apparently, not surprised, I'm getting a text from Delegate Charkoudian. She said that apparently no information seems to be sent out where if there's an overpayment.
We send notices for overpayment determinate when an overpayment.
But you don't say apparently where it came from.
Okay.
No, Dana
I'm going to disagree with anybody on here.
Okay.
But we do send out notices.
Yeah,
And the reasons for overpayments.
Well,
I have a question for the secretary. Like all of us, have you also had a problem with delays in people receiving these notices? Has that been a real problem for your department? Which
The
has,
department is not immune from the snail mail issues. It's not.
Right. Oh, you mean it comes by snail? I thought it was much slower than that.
Right.
I just
Never
received
slower
the
than
campaign
snail.
check that was mailed on the 30th
Yeah.
of December.
Mhm.
So, yeah, so some of these things what I'm trying to say is some of the things are outside the department's hands at this moment. That's the federal government. The mail's all screwed up. So let me ask you this to follow up on it. If someone calls you and said, look, you gave me a notice, I'm supposed to respond to this in 14 days. That was 3 days ago and it just showed up in the mail today. What would the department do?
So we relaxed the deadline,
Okay.
especially in this pandemic. And then if it's an appeal,
Yeah,
the appeal
which I figured.
tribunal would, for good cause,
Yeah,
still have that appeal viable to be heard.
okay.
Mhm.
All right, here's
And
what
those
I
are
would
the
do.
regulations.
All right, what I suggest on, I think 9 and 10 is, I think we need Laura to know, to look at whatever other provisions there are in the code so that we don't create something inconsistent with what's already there. And if it's not there, as far as stating a cause for the overpayment or whatever, then we can come back and make sure that it's there. But I mean, I do enough to know that there are administrative procedures that are set out, and the last thing we want are 2 inconsistent ones.
so I agree.
So I would just hold on number 9 and number 10.
Yep.
Look at the article regarding the Department of
I
Labor
agree.
and, make sure that it's we're not creating another inconsistent process.
Okay.
And if
So,
I know we have the department here too, so I
You can,
definitely
if the
read this
department
back.
can tell us what sections we should look at, not necessarily off the top of your head today, but by, sometime tomorrow morning, what sections in the labor code or labor article do we need to look at to compare the administrative procedures?
Yes, absolutely.
okay.
Okay, that would be helpful.
Yep.
All right, I think we're almost done.
So let's go. 11.
Establish and maintain a plan to fill all open positions within the Division of Unemployment Insurance in a timely manner and immediately fill all positions within the department and rapidly expand personnel in response to a crisis. I need to just confirm that the other set of amendments doesn't make a change to that. Bear with me for 1 second. It doesn't look like the other amendments make changes to that, so.
Okay. Well, Ned, I leave it to you, but I have to admit, that's just a management thing. Clearly, they're gonna,
Yeah,
I think 11 and with Roman numeral 1 and 2 come out.
I tend to agree.
All right, then somebody,
Is there a motion to take those
So
out?
moved.
Or
So
take
moved.
that out, number
Second.
11? Okay.
Yes.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of taking out number 11, raise your hand.
Aye.
Okay.
all right, number 12, we briefly talked about before, and Ned, I think you're right, establishing and maintaining a plan for ongoing investment in technology. That would be a standard, whatever,
Yeah.
what everybody else thinks, but I don't have a problem with number 12.
Okay, yeah, I think that stays. So number 13,
Establish standards for timely processing of claims for benefits under which 90% of claims are completed within 21 days. Establishing standards and goals is not necessarily an inappropriate thing for the legislature to do. I don't have the department letter in front of me, so I don't know if they had a specific comment regarding this section.
I know that the 87% is typically, I think, the benchmark for the 20 claims initial
Okay.
payments within 21 days. So this would be setting a higher performance goal or standard, but I don't want to speak for the department about.
Sure, I would just note that you're correct, Laura. 87% is the standard set by USDOL. So they do have metrics that all state programs have to meet. And I would note that pre-pandemic, we met and or exceeded all of those metrics.
so I guess from my way of thinking about it, I mean, 92%, yeah, it's not 87%, but a stretch goal is good. I see.
Here's my thought on it. I don't want the department to feel that they have to rush claims through with as many cases of fraud. And if they need to hold some claims up to double check to make sure that they're not fraudulent, I don't have a problem with that. I think 87% is reasonable. Maybe, I hate to say it, maybe it should be a little lower than 87% because the amount of fraud, not only here, but in California. I mean, these guys are working this system across the country like there's no tomorrow. So I think by putting this 92% in, you're just opening it up, making it that much easier for those who are committing the fraud against the system. It's really nice that, we catch the fraud 3 days after the check's mailed out. And that's what's happening. So,
All right, well, what I heard Andrew say is that there is a federal standard.
Right, that's 87.
and I'm good with that. I think it should be 87. I make a motion that we change it to 87%. Or if we don't need it, then we don't need it.
May I be recognized?
Yes, Dana?
Our core performance standards that the feds impose on all the states is that we quickly get those entitled to benefits paid and accurately. So we have to be paying the right people. So the same measurements for how quickly we get payment out, they measure on, did you get it to the right person or to a fraudster? And those measurements are what we are constrained by as well. So they're called timeliness and accuracy performance measures. In every aspect of the UI program, we have to report to the feds how we're doing. So it's just not enough to get the payment out. It's got to be to the right person, because we're stewards of the trust fund where the employers have placed their taxes. And we have an obligation to make sure we're paying the right people. That goes right along with the speed of paying. Those are two things that they require us to consider equally.
So at 92%, would you, you'd have to be a little bit faster than you are at 87.
So the whole theory is, they say, okay, programs, 87% of the time you have to give a claimant who's eligible for benefits their first payment within 21 days of filing a claim. Now, Maryland doesn't have a week of waiting. So a lot of states have that week of waiting. Maryland does not. So that 21 days is pure 21 days. Other states have 28. 87% of the time. The reason why it's not 100%, because 13% of those claims may have more complex factors associated with it that requires us to investigate to make sure that the right person is being paid. So that's like the underpinning behind 87% of the time when a claim presents no issues, you've got to get that payment out of the door in 21 days.
So,
in Maryland, and we've been doing that like that before the pandemic, as they say, since Jesus was a pup. That was okay. So now, claims with issues, there's a different standard from the feds on when you detect an issue with the claim, and that could be the reasons for separation different between what the employer said that person left and what the claimant said. Well, you got to go resolve that and reconcile it and get the stories to line up in order to make an eligibility determination. Now, during the pandemic, it was hard to reach employers when all of them were closed to get their side of the story. We have to make sure those separation reasons jive. That's just part of the program. And that's the accuracy of the determination and making sure that the eligibility requirements are met. And so 80%, let's see, for those 80% of the time, you got to pay claims with issues within 21 days.
So again, I come back to, I think stretch goals are good. I mean,
what is the consequence of not meeting it?
That's it.
So now we're going to just rush to get something out.
Maybe $1 million or 2 or 3 or 4
Right.
paid out to the wrong people. That's the consequences.
Is this something that we're also studying? Sort of like the time that
Study's wide
claims
open.
are paid.
yeah, we will be studying in the future. This is for 92%. I guess my thing is that 87%, that's the floor. That's the minimum that the feds accept, right?
They want states to meet that.
What do other states do? Do other states exceed 87?
Again, it's on the website. The pre-pandemic, a lot of states, most states meet first payment prompt. It's called first payment promptness.
Okay, let's hear from Delegate Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And look, this is what I was worried this bill was. I didn't realize that some redeemable components that we have already talked about. This exercise is really frustrating. And I have to imagine it's very frustrating for the department too. I'm going to move that I'm going to make a motion that we strike section 13.
Second.
Okay.
I mean, it is something I think you can do another time. I don't know that you have to do it at the moment and when you have more data.
Yeah, I would like to get some more data. I would like to know what some of the other states do and where they
Right.
are. And
Right.
I would like to understand that. So, I mean, if we have to come back to this, I mean, at 7:20 or whatever, and we've been going at it now for 4 hours.
Mr. Chairman, I've got a motion on the floor. Can we just vote on it?
Yeah, to Delegate Adams' motion, all those in favor of the motion, raise your hand.
Aye.
Okay, that's 3. All those opposed, raise your hand. I see me. I don't see everybody. Is it 3?
Delegate
So-
Jackson, 3,
So
3.
motion fails. So,
So it remains in the bill for discussion with the
Yeah.
entire committee.
yep,
Okay. 14 is one that I think I pointed out was, something that I think that is within the management of the department. If they've got an ombudsman or whatever, they will figure it out.
Where
I
is it?
don't know
Oh, there
that
it
we
is.
can, I don't know that we have to prescribe it.
I actually like this. I think,
Well, go for it.
wait, the ombudsman should be Delegate Charkoudian. And he should have to do all of these.
All right,
I
well, I'm gonna
make a
she's
motion to
listening.
remove.
Yeah.
I make a motion to remove. I made a motion to remove it.
All right.
is there a
There
second?
was a second, yeah.
Oh, there was? Okay. Is there any discussion on this? I mean, from my perspective, I think that this, a single point, an ombudsman, I think that's a good thing. But we have a motion.
I would agree.
Okay, well, you can take a vote.
So we have
Take
a
a vote.
motion. Let's take a vote. All those in favor of the Delegate Aaron's amendment, raise your hand.
Aye.
So it's 3. All those opposed. 3 to
3 to 3.
3 to 3.
Okay, so it stays
This
in
is-
for discussion by the whole
Whole
committee.
discussion, exactly, by the whole committee.
Okay. And believe it or not, I think there's just one more.
And then we have the health exchange.
Although I think we all agreed on that already.
We did.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that one we're done. I think this is the last.
That one hasn't been voted on.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
but we'll
Although it's not
vote
an
on it.
amendment.
It's not an
Right.
amendment, but you'd have to, we've
Okay.
sort of walked through point by
Okay,
point.
all right. Well, this is the
We'll
last
vote.
one.
So,
Delegate
okay.
Adams, you'll be happy to know.
I have a question.
Yes, Delegate.
Would it be appropriate, Mr. Chair, and if we just move the amendments and then move the bill as amended, and then this just kind of stays because we'd already talked about it?
I'm not, you mean,
No, number 15, we did not talk about.
yeah, we didn't talk about this one yet.
Okay.
And then there's
then
the
we've-
other amendment from Delegate Charkoudian that enhances and makes changes to the part about the health benefit exchange link. So you would have to separately move that
Okay.
other amendment.
Okay, okay, let's go for this one here.
But for item 15 here, I'm sorry, did you all decide what you wanted to do with that?
I'd like to
No.
make a motion to remove it because in the hearing, this was the most scariest part to me. This was the most expensive part to the taxpayers. Whether it be on a federal level or on a state level. This was the most expensive part of this bill.
Are you talking about Delegate the health benefit link or what's number
Yeah.
15 here?
Right.
I think you all were discussing the last sort of
Yeah,
customer.
number 15.
Yeah. I think the recipiency rate, I think this is important to have this in there.
And it's not already tracked.
Right.
Well, the reason they want to track it is so they could add more people to it.
What?
Isn't that what, if I remember that, wasn't that what DeMarco, or whatever his name is, Vinny said?
No, we're not on health insurance.
Yeah, we're not
Vinny's
on the
just
health
on health
benefit.
insurance. Yeah,
Okay.
Not yet, right.
not yet. Vinny
So-
just did health insurance.
So this, I'd like to see this stay in. I think we should keep this in.
Okay, so
Move that we
motion.
keep this in.
All right,
Second, all those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed. Okay,
So So is that 3-3 again?
Yeah,
Yeah.
so it just stays until whatever. All right.
Yep.
Final piece,
All
health
right, let's,
or health benefit, whatever it's called.
yep, the health benefit,
I'll let
Maryland
you
Health
explain.
Benefit Exchange.
I'm gonna have to pull up the other amendments, so just bear with me.
So Madam Vice Chair, I guess you're right at home, huh? This is almost like being back in judiciary.
Oh
It
my
is, and
God.
they're doing the police accountability thing now, and because I'm a glutton for punishment, I'm gonna log on and listen to that.
Go
Yes, I'm
you,
nuts. Thank you
go
very
you,
much.
Madam Vice Chair. Go
I am
you.
nuts, but whatever.
Okay.
Sorry, just bear with me. Okay. I think this is the right reprint. Okay. So the bill as introduced contains a requirement. Make sure here. What you see in subsection B, that on or before September 1st of this year, the department would have to begin implementing a system through which a claimant would may consent as part of a weekly claim certification to sharing relevant collected information by the department with the Maryland Health Benefit Exchange and the Maryland Department of Health to determine whether the individual qualifies for free or low-cost health insurance, and if so, to help the individual enroll. Before the system would begin to operate, the department would enter into an MOU with the Health Benefit Exchange and the Department of Health that would enable the system to operate in compliance with applicable federal and state requirements regarding privacy, data security, and funding. And then it says that the consent request would be prominently placed so the claimant would know whether would be aware that they have this opportunity to elect to share their information. And so the amendment adds some language here to facilitate the most efficient implementation of the system. The Department of Labor, Health Benefit Exchange, and Maryland Department of Health would be authorized to enter into agreements, adopt regulations, adopt guidelines, establish accounts, conduct training, provide public information, and take any other steps as may be necessary to accomplish the purpose of the system. And then I think there's let me see if this report requirement is related. Then there's just sort of a report requirement to the Oversight Committee. The amendments also add a provision that allows for a special enrollment period. So it's my understanding that actually Governor Hogan just established a special enrollment period that goes through, I think, May. But this says that the exchange would be required to open a special or other enrollment period for an individual who consents to have the information shared. And that would be for plans on the individual market. And the period in which the special enrollment period would be open is the date that the exchange sends the notice to the individual, and it would close. It would have to be at least 30 days, but it would close at some point that the exchange determines. So that's what this provision of the bill does.
Okay, so these amendments, though, these are technical amendments?
I don't think you could classify this
No.
amendment here as technical. It's requiring.
Explanatory, and
Okay.
It's definitely, it's just requiring this special enrollment period. That something similar is actually in the chairman's essential worker bill. So I think this is a substantive amendment here.
it is.
Okay. I thought it was technical.
So, I mean, the question is, do you want to move the amendments that Laura proposed to the health insurance to claim, or the health insurance section, which allows for a special open session and also provides for the coordination between the departments so that they exchange the information and reach an agreement about how to do it. protecting
The amendment.
privacy.
I'd like to move the amendment, so I'll second the amendment. Delegate Rogers moved it. I've seconded it. Again, I've said, I think these things are important. I think this is an important part of the bill. And I know your concerns, Delegate Impalaria. But I just believe that, you know, we need to coordinate these to make sure that people can get health benefits when they get laid off because they're panicked, they're, you know, so.
And this just allows them to purchase a policy. It is not a question of the state paying.
Exactly. So again, you know, we've got amendment moved and seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, let's vote it. All those in favor of the amendment, raise your hand. Those opposed? Okay, and I assume Delegate Arentz is not with us.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I didn't see you.
Me and
I'm
Alex are
tough to
no.
see.
All right, 3-3.
3-3.
There you
All
go.
right, so stays in for the discussion by the committee. And
Yep.
am I correct? That concludes
No,
this.
they were amendments. Don't they fail then? They were amendments.
No, it still gets sent to the whole committee when it's.
Yeah, because we couldn't decide.
Okay.
So, okay, are we done?
I
think
guess
so.
normally you would entertain a motion on the bill.
Oh, that's
Okay.
right.
Amended.
Let's,
Okay,
okay, so on the
That's
bill
true.
as amended, is there a motion on the bill as amended?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so the bill's been moved and seconded, favorable with amendments. All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed, raise your hand.
Already call.
So it will come out to the committee, and I'm sure in the committee, there will be a lively debate, and I look forward to it. And let me just say this, I know we've been going on for 4 hours, and I want to thank all of you. Delegate Adams, before when you said that this subcommittee meeting, I mean, you know, kind of chairing my third meeting ever in the legislature, 4 hours, you're right. This was the most intense meeting that I've been involved with. And I just thank you guys for sharing your opinions, for letting us know, letting me know what you think. Yeah, it's funny. Like I told you a couple days ago, when they said we'd like you to do this, I thought, oh, great. You know, we never have any UI bills, never. And then 3 months later, here it is. So again, these are serious substantive issues. And again, I just thank you all for being here and on time with the meetings, and just appreciate it. And that includes you too, Delegate Arentz. I know I can't.
Thank you. Thank
But-
you.
But
I
again,
hear you.
And Madam Secretary and staff. Thank
Yes.
And good night. Yeah, and thank you all.
And I don't want, you know, I was sorry for the outburst before, but, you know, like I said, my blood pressure's down. And again, I just thank you for all, for the participation, it was great.
Mr. Chairman, the outburst was not an outburst, it's debate. It's
Yeah.
how we do things here in Annapolis. It's you and I have a tendency to do this on occasion when it matters. These are important.
You're right, Delegate. And you guys know me, and you've known me for 7 years now. And you know, this is, you know, I'm sitting here thinking these guys have never seen me do this before. So, but again, you're right. It is all about debate, and it's spirited debate, and it's good debate, and debate is always healthy. So with that, I'll entertain a motion to
go.
Amen.
Second.
thank you guys. Have a
Thanks.
great
See you
night.
tomorrow.
See you tomorrow bright and early.
Oh, God, that's right.
That's right. Delegation at 8 for Anne Arundel County.